Retailers Association of India. Welcome to Manning Modern Retail 2021. Over the next 2 days, a galaxy of luminaries will share with us their vast reservoirs of knowledge, experience, and expertise on a variety of critical factors in HR as the world aligns and resets to new paradigms of what will be the new normal. That it will be radically different from what was, there is not an iota of doubt. That we at HR will need to radically align our practices and policies to answer the changes and challenges going forward, there is no doubt too. And hence our theme for Manning Modern Retail 2021, Reset 2.0, Emergence of Holistic HR, Innovate, Transform, and Optimize, will give us a chance to meet, interact, share, and synergize ideas, opinions, and experiences with colleagues, peers, and thought leaders as HR transforms to face a brave new world. So welcome to Manning Modern Retail 2021, brought to you by the Retailers Association of India. I shall now request Mr. Kumar Rajagopalan, Chief Executive Officer, Retailers Association of India, to welcome us to a scintillating edition of Manning Modern Retail. Mr. Kumar Rajagopalan.
Good afternoon, namaskar, and welcome. Firstly, a big thanks to the entire India. This committee is made up of various people from the HR fraternity, from member companies, and they come together to create such a spectacular event for all of us. Of course, this is one of the things that they do, but they are normally involved in a lot more knowledge sharing and creating new benchmarks for the entire industry. So thank you to the entire HR. This is the 51 edition, which is happening now digitally. The HR faculty has gone through a whole lot during the pandemic. I think many of us do recognize that businesses went through tough times. We recognize that employees went through tough times. But when employees go through tough times, I think the brunt of it is really borne by the HR fraternity. So my sincere thanks to the entire HR fraternity, which stood by its employees, which stood by its businesses, and did all those things that they could to try and hold the team together, to try and do whatever they could within these tough circumstances. It's not an easy job. I know that for many, it can be something that can create a whole lot of new stress, but many of you held it together, and therefore you made sure that we sailed through, hopefully, the toughest of times for the entire industry. The sponsors and the various partners who have made this happen are the reason why we are able to come together like this. So my sincere thanks to the various sponsors in this. I've got about 5 or 6 trends to talk about, and then let it be open for various others to come in and to get the opinions of people who come in then during the various panel discussions that we've got. This is a fantastic lineup that we've got, and I'm sure that we are all going to learn new aspects in this business as the day goes by. The first thing, of course, is an obvious one. It has become an omni-channel world. Now, when I say omni-channel, it doesn't necessarily mean only online and offline, but it also brings in newer facets, newer channels that has come in thanks to this pandemic. Social commerce is becoming as important. The various types of as seen on TV type channels are also new channels, and these are also not to be ignored. Therefore, multiple channels creates multiple complexities for employees in the retail business. And I believe that the HR fraternity would be working towards creating a structure which can help employees go through these various omni-channel requirements in order to keep abreast of the business situation. So that's the first part. It really requires a new set of skills and a new types of competencies. The second part is from the point of view of competition. I think the entire competitive framework has changed during this period. Not only have retailers become competition, we've also got various other kinds of businesses that are eating into the pockets of the consumers. Now, every time there is a requirement from the pocket of the consumers for an expenditure, it definitely means that the money that could otherwise be spent in retail or in the business that you represent in retail may be coming down, unless you do a few things to face up to the competition. And this kind of competitive framework and the business competencies that would come in to help employees is the other aspect that I think is going to become more and more important as days goes by. The very definition of high performance individuals is going to change, because their capabilities are going to be defined by performance that's definitely going to get new benchmarks set in days to come. Every individual is supposed to bring in lots more than what they are accustomed to because of this omni-channel world. And my belief is that this is going to create new frameworks for HR competencies. Going digital, customers have gone digital. We don't have a choice but to go digital. But this means that some employees may just perform spectacularly differently and better because they are able to adopt to digital capabilities better. Now, it is the job of the HR department to get everybody onto the right kind of train so that we can really proceed towards the objectives that we want to achieve. The last part is about this need for agility. I think the entire set of businesses have come into a situation wherein they are not able to, with great precision, say how things are going to look on a day-to-day basis. This means that businesses could be very high, businesses could suddenly drop due to some reasons. The share market could be very high, it drops for various reasons. The world is becoming impacted because of some aspect that could happen at one part of the world, and all this has to be factored towards creating a very agile business environment. I believe that the HR fraternity are going to contribute towards that level of agility, and it's going to be interesting to listen to various contributors during this conference to know how are they making their enterprise much more agile overall. With all this, I do want to welcome all of you once more to this fantastic event. We've got a good lineup of individuals willing to speak here, and I'm thankful for every one of you who agreed to be a speaker, and more importantly, every one of you who is coming in as the audience for these wonderful sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Kumar Rajagopalan for that warm and cordial welcome, for so beautifully setting the tone for the next 2 days ahead. Coming up right now, we've got our chairman, Mr. Biju Kurian, chairman of the Retailers Association of India and independent consultant and member, Strategic Advisory Board, L Catterton Asia, a part of the LVMH group, to deliver the chairman's address. Over to Mr. Biju Kurian.
Thank you, Hugo, and thank you, Kumar, for those introductory remarks. And as Kumar mentioned, once again, a very, very warm welcome to all of you all who are currently attending virtually this time, and like last year, virtual again, this particular conference. Last year, when we held the MMR, it was about 6 months into the pandemic. Now we are about 18 months into the pandemic. And certainly, I think the last 18 months has given all of us an opportunity to be able to look around, see the kind of changes that have happened around us, and try to figure out as to how best to maneuver our own lives, if not the lives of the organizations that we work for in the current situation. As we all know, the last 18 months and the lockdowns and all of the other challenges that have happened have made a lot of changes to the society in which we live and the way we actually interact with each other and the way we work. You know, a lot of us have been denied access to our family members, to other members in our extended family. We've not had a chance to be able to travel. We haven't had a chance to meet many of our friends and family. And for a lot of us, we still continue to work from home as opposed to working from an office. There have been several other changes that have happened, which I won't elaborate upon, but what we have seen is the speed with which organizations have managed to actually shift to remote working. About how, you know, people and other resources have actually been redeployed to be able to meet the needs of the organization. Some of us who are in the physical world, who run physical retail stores, would remember that stores were closed and we had employees in the stores who didn't have anything to do. And then, because of that situation, many of them were actually taken in by online organizations, e-commerce companies, which provided them an opportunity to work and to be productive when the business shifted from the offline to online. So similarly, within an organization, depending on the needs that it had, a lot of resources were actually reallocated. And that was something that we did witness. We also saw the rapid adoption of digital technologies. We saw the rapid adoption of automation. Uh, and we also saw the changes that organizations were making in terms of their own needs, and of course, the needs of the individuals who worked in that, excuse me, who worked in that organization. But when you think about it, what you do realize is that organizations have actually managed to tide over the immediate. The crisis moment that has happened is something that they've all tided over. But what of this is the implication in terms of the longer term? What is it that we will need to do to be able to build our organization to be able to take on the challenges of the future? That's a question which is uppermost in all of our minds. So as and when we have something which is called as a post-pandemic era, we still can't call it the same. At that point in time, we have to understand clearly, is there a new management system that we have to adopt? We currently have a management system which runs on what we might have defined as the old rules, which is the rules of hierarchy, the rules of control, the rules of a pyramidal structure, the rules of large decisions being taken at the top, which is a traditional management style that we have been comfortable with and which we have adopted for a very long time. Now, will this be effective in the future? That is for us to question. What we've seen in the last 18 months has been that we have been very comfortable delegating tasks to the fringes of the organization, delegating tasks to teams who are in the store, making sure that leadership does not hold up decision making, making sure that as the situation rapidly changes, decisions are taken by those who have their feet on the street, as opposed to those who are sitting in offices. While I talk about these two figuratively, effectively what I meant was that rather than taking decisions at the senior level, decisions have actually been delegated down to the junior levels. We've also looked at ways in which we can collaborate. And when I say collaborate, what I'm meaning is that in terms of, let's say, the tools that we have adopted, all of us have been comfortable supplementing the core operating systems of our companies with various tools, which are SaaS-based tools, which have sat on top of SAP or on Oracle or whatever else be the operating system that we have. The level of automation that we've tried to build in, whether it's in communication or whether it's in terms of processing of various activities. And then, of course, we've seen that the adoption of all these technologies have often been easier with the younger generation and with the more junior people than at the senior level and slightly older people. So when you think of these kind of situations, think also about what are some of the leadership styles and the leadership quality that we should imagine in the organizations that we have to build for the future? What is the kind of culture that you want to create in the future organization? Is it a command and control culture, or is it a collaborative working style that you want to create? Is it a decision flowing from the top, or is it a collaborative decision-making culture? Or would you like to delegate decision-making with effective controls right to the edges of the organization? Think of the employees. Think of the experience that they enjoy. Think of the level of engagement. We've seen in the last 18 months with employees working from home. How do you make sure that when there is no physical office for them to come to, how do you create that engagement of the employee with the organization? As organizations rapidly change and as they kind of repurpose themselves, how do we communicate this new purpose of the organization to the employees who are working within? Think of the learning and the development that they have to go through, of the fact that currently they move from a physical world to a digital world. Do they have the understanding? Do they have the skill sets? Do they have the adaptability to be able to learn new tricks and new skills? So these are other aspects that we also have to consider when we think of the organization in the future. We have to think of it in terms of agility. The fact that you have to understand that in a rapidly changing world, you have to be able to respond faster. And if you have to respond faster, how do you think of organizational agility? How do you think of flatter organizations? And we all know that flatter organizations deliver quicker decisions, and quicker decisions mean happier employees. So think of it from a structural perspective. Do we need to have as many levels as we used to have in the past? Or is there an opportunity for us to be able to reduce the number of levels, to make sure that the top and the bottom of the organization are as closely and as quickly connected as possible? And how do we make sure that we are able to push decision-making down to the lower levels? Think of it also from the perspective of HR professionals. What are the skill sets that we require of the professionals that we have within the HR organizations? HR has done a great job. HR organizations have done a great job in the larger organizations. They've all been able to quickly, as Kumar mentioned, quickly help to be able to restructure in some cases, but certainly realign the existing organization to the requirements of a pandemic world. They managed to reorient the organization to having people work from home while continuing to remain productive. They managed to create engagement, and also they have managed to make sure that there is the same sense of learning that a physical organization provides. So all of these are ways in which the HR organizations in every company have actually stepped up to the plate during this situation. So while all of this has been great as far as the immediate is concerned, think about it from the longer term and think about what exactly are the organizations of the future going to look like in the context of the business model that the organization will follow in the future. And in that context, as HR professionals, what should be the skill sets that each one of us should equip ourselves with? So hopefully over the next few days, we will have the opportunity to listen to several people. We will have the opportunity to listen to panel discussions. We will have the opportunity to ask questions, but hopefully at the end of it, we will get also an opportunity to be able to clarify our own thinking and make us smarter about what we need to do in the future. So thank you and wish you all the best for the future, but more importantly, for the rest of the conference. Thank you, and over to you, Hugo.
Thank you very much to Mr. Biju Kurian. Thank you, sir, for a very thought-provoking chairman's address. Ladies and gentlemen, maybe as we look at flattening the curve, we may also need to look at flattening the organizational structure to be leaner and more reactive and to the situation that will unfold. We now have a curtain raiser from Mr. Lawrence Fernandez, Director, Retail Learning and Membership, Retailers Association of India. And he'll be giving us all the exciting facets of the next 2 days. Over to Mr. Lawrence Fernandez.
Thank you, Hugo, and a warm welcome to all. We, as Kumar and as Mr. Biju mentioned, that we have a fantastic lineup of various sessions over the next 2 days. We also have a very good lineup of speakers. So we look forward to your participation. Do put in your questions in your chat box so that they reach us and we are able to give it out to the panelists and the moderators. So we begin today's conclave with a keynote address by Mr. Krish Shankar. He's the Global Head HR of Infosys. The pandemic has led businesses not only to adapt our working style, but in many cases, our core business models as well. Some had to invent new models because survival is the key motivator to innovations. In today's first session, we will have the CEOs from leading retail organizations sharing their views on emerging new business models that are changing retail as we know it. We then have a partner session, Scaling Retail Bottom Lines with HR Automation. It's going to be conducted by RST Solutions India. The second session of the day, the second panel discussion of the day, has CHROs sharing their new ways of managing, measuring, and rewarding performance, which will be followed by a partner session, digitizing performance of store team members by Frontline. The next session of the day is by Dr. Harish Shetty, an eminent psychiatrist, who will be explaining us about emotions and efficiencies and how to take care of mental health at workplace. The last session of today is a masterclass on impact of new labor laws for retail industry. It is going to be conducted by Aparajita Corporate Services. Day 2 tomorrow will commence with the introduction of the REI HR committee. They are the people behind this entire conclave. Followed by a special address by our immediate past chairman, Mr. B.S. Nagesh, founder Train and chairman, Shopper Stop Limited. The last year provided us an excellent opportunity for our HR to redefine itself by ensuring employee responsiveness in a way that positively impacted morale, engagement, service levels, and company performance. The first session of tomorrow, that is on day 2, as the CHROs discuss on evolving role of HR in 2021. The next session would have discussions. It's again a panel discussion, would have discussions on workforce planning in the future. The third session of the day tomorrow is hosted by Retailers Association Skill Council of India, and it has eminent HR professionals discuss on wage bill optimization. That session will be followed by a partner session on how to enhance your training to engage and maximize the power of your frontline, which will be conducted by Tesseract Learning Private Limited. The second half of tomorrow will have the grand finale of the RAI HR Awards. We will have the final presentations and the facilitations of the award winners. So friends, we look forward to your participation and thank you for being part of MMR. We also thank the sponsors. Over to Hugo, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lawrence Fernandez, for giving us an insight into 2 very exciting days that we can look forward to. We'd like to thank our partners and associates, our platinum partner, Reliance Retail, skill advocacy partner, Rashi, that's Retailers Association Skill Council of India, e-learning partner, Tesseract, academic partner, BIMTech or Birla Institute, regulatory compliance partner, Aparajita Compfi, automation partner, RST Solutions, associate partner, Frontline, exhibiting partners, Great HR Office Kit, Talbrum and Winzard, gifting partner, Kaya Clinic, business networking partner, RAI Global Linker, charity partner, Train, and magazine partner, Storai. We are grateful to RST Solutions and all our partners who have their stalls. Please do visit their stalls. They are open 24/7 over the next 2 days on our e-platform. RST Solutions will be having a lucky draw for all of you who visit the stalls and interact with them. And the winner of the lucky draw will stand a chance to win the latest JBL headphones. We've got an exciting quiz contest that will be running right through the next 2 days. So be ready to participate and answer the questions. And the winners of all the correct, of the lucky solutions will be getting Kaya e-vouchers. So lots of exciting stuff in store. But right now, we can look forward to our keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker is the group head of human resource development at Infosys. In this role, he is responsible for envisioning employee experience and driving the talent and organization strategy. With over 30 years of experience, he has led HR functions in organizations like Bharti Airtel, Philips, Hindustan Unilever, and has, among other significant achievements, led the transformation of HR into a strategic partner. He holds a postgraduate diploma in HR from XLRI Jamshedpur, has received an executive certificate in strategy and organization from the Stanford Graduate School of Business, and a doctorate in business administration from Aston University. He blogs occasionally on LinkedIn, takes a deep interest in technology and societal changes around us, and is passionate about exploring and sharing new ideas in HR and organizational development. A football enthusiast, he also likes trekking and running. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you our keynote speaker, Krishnamurthy Shankar, or as he's known as Krish Shankar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Hugo, for that introduction. It's a pleasure to be here, and really a pleasure for me to really address the all of you as part of this wonderful seminar. I kind of listened to Mr. Kurian's session earlier, and I think it was a fabulous introduction about the kind of changes that are there that we should all be ready for. I think that really sets the stage for us to really think about what are the changes, and how should we as HR people be ready for that. I think the last year or two has been landmark. It has changed many assumptions. It has changed many business models. It has kind of, opened out a lot of new thinking for many people. And all organizations are now saying, how do I change? And many have started thinking about their own roadmaps for change. Some are becoming more digital. Some are working for a new hybrid way of working. Some are saying, listen, I want to really invest in newer technologies. Some are like some from your industry are saying, I'm going to invest a lot more in online sales. So, this has led to a lot of changes. But at the heart of all of these changes is people. Yeah, because and if you want to make any of these changes successful, it's got to be people. And therefore, HR really plays a significant role now in every organization as organizations try and look to transform. And I think it's very important because as we look, the theme of the seminar is all about innovate, transform, and optimize. Yeah, and I think that's at the heart of what we in HR need to do. Every organization is looking at their business transformation. Every organization is changing how they want to really be agile in light of the newer opportunities. And who needs to lead? HR needs to lead. Yeah, I think all of us in HR have to lead and say, okay, how do we really help our organizations transform to the future? Now, so therefore, the three key things. I think the kind of the theme is phenomenal. You've got to innovate, you've got to transform, and some areas also optimize. Yeah, I think these are three key things. But what I'll do now is look at just 5 areas where I think as HR people, we got to keep a greater focus, where to innovate, where to transform, and where to optimize. And there are these 5 areas. I think the first one that we all have to do is really look at the workforce of tomorrow. Who are our employees of tomorrow? And that's where we got to think, a little more. What are the new types of skill we need? Because the skills are changing. What you had in the past may not be successful. So start thinking about what is a future employee. Maybe the person needs to be adept, much more digital, be much more digitally savvy. Maybe the person needs to be very good in digital marketing. Maybe the person should. So therefore, you got to understand what are those, what defines the future employee for you, and start working on that. We're also going to be working in a way of a hybrid environment. Yeah, and this hybrid opens up newer things. Maybe some functions you may not need people to come to office. Maybe they can be sitting somewhere else and working. So that opens up your talent pool to many more things. Therefore, you can look at diversity. You can look at people from different backgrounds. So it opens up a lot of opportunities for us to think of what kind of alternate talent we can look at. It may also open up opportunities for, let's say, gig people. I wouldn't call them gig workers, but gig employees, because they could be people who've got great expertise, but sitting somewhere else who can work for you for some time. So these are new ideas that we all have to think and innovate and see how we want to really look at it. The other thing is look at the type of skills that you need. Maybe lots more digital skills. In organizations like us, like IT organizations, I think with growing digitization, we've got to get people who are good at those skills, who can good at helping digital transformation. Similarly, each of you have to think of what are those new skills for the future. Yeah. So I think the first key area for us as HR to look at is to define your workforce of tomorrow. But define it in the context of the hybrid world. Define it in the context of some jobs that can work from anywhere. Define it in the context of the new skills that you may need. Define it in the context of the new business model that your industry or your organization may be going through. And as you look at all of these, find new opportunities and innovate and build the talent for tomorrow. Yeah, so that's the first step. I think the second one is clearly what we now call as employee experience. Yeah. And this employee experience is actually, there are two parts to it. In the past, I think the employee experience was a lot about what we did face to face. Yeah, we had engagement occasions in in your case, in your shops, in your offices, warehouses, factories, etc. But I think that's now changing. The employee experience is now split into two parts. There is a digital experience, and there is an employee experience in a very, very much hybrid world. So how do you really think about it very differently? Yeah, that's the other one we got to do. For the digital experience, we got to invest in tools that will help provide the right digital experience to people. Yeah, helping them to work in a remote world. But even otherwise, when people are coming to work, how do our managers engage with them? How do I work with people in somewhat of a hybrid way? So rethink your employee experience, because that's going to be very critical now, because what are the various touch points of your employees? How will they access services? How will they connect with each other? How will managers connect with them? You got to really think about it, because that's another great way to really look at changes there. How HR also works is very, very important. I think we've got to think of differently how HR can use more technology, yet at the same time ensure that you're connecting with people a lot more. Yeah? So that's the second part that we've got to look at to innovate. The third key area is well-being. Yeah, I heard one of the sessions that Lawrence mentioned later today is all about mental health. Why is that? Because well-being is becoming very important. And in a hybrid world where some of you will be physically working, some of you will not, there are two different challenges. Well-being in a physical world where you got to ensure that there's proper vaccination, proper sanitization, and other controls. But similarly, for people working alone, this lack of connection. Sometimes because of working alone, they tend to work longer hours. How do you manage that? But I think people miss that connection. And people may feel excluded if they are, partly remote and partly working, in a physical thing. So therefore, this whole well-being, we've got to look at it very differently. And each of us have to really have a program of well-being that we've got to build, which really takes into account many things. Takes into account emotional wellness of people, their connections and social wellness, their physical wellness, all of that. And I think that's an important one that all of us have to really transform, from HR. The next big area, my fourth key change that we got to look at is what I call as, who are the new leaders for tomorrow? Who will be successful in this new world? Mr. Kurian mentioned about it, right? There are lots of changes happening. But if I look at three key things that are very important for the future, number one, we need leaders who have to be more empathetic now. Yeah, they've got to connect with more people, because you're going to have a lot more diverse type of people, and you're going to have people who are going to be partly hybrid. You're not going to see them every day, but you got to connect with them, build that relationship, and therefore you need managers and leaders to be more empathetic, more putting yourself in the shoes of the others and listening. Yeah, so I think that's going to be very important for our future leaders. I think it's about the better leaders. What we've also found with research is that in a hybrid kind of an environment, leaders who help people get things done, who kind of who are always there to support their people, who listen to them, who solve their problems, are much more successful than leaders with charisma and those kind of things. So therefore, it's very important you look at your future leaders of tomorrow. The second thing about leaders is that we need leaders who are going to be agile learners. The leaders have to really be people who are not fixed in their mindset, who are able to learn fast, who are able to change quickly. Those are the kind of leaders you've got to develop. And the last thing about leaders is really people who are also quite strategic in their thinking, who are able to spot patterns of change. If you look at ways that people, as you start an organization, you need people who are much more analytical. Yeah. But as you grow up, you need people who are able to look at things more strategically, who can, shape patterns. That's what you need. You need leaders who can connect different things, understand and find patterns and see what's happening before, others get a clue. So therefore, you need those kind of leaders. So I think these are the three key things. I think we need to see changes in the type of leaders we need for the future. Leaders who are more empathetic, leaders who are agile learners, and leaders who can connect the dot and see patterns. Yeah. And I think we've got to start developing that. And leaders doesn't mean really at the top, but leaders at all levels. And I think we've got to HR has to lead in saying, how do I start identifying and developing these kind of leaders for the future? I think the last of my 5 changes for HR is on culture. And I think culture is going to be a big change, because there are many things that are changing. In many of the organizations, the business model, or the focus of the business is changing. Yeah, you're becoming more digital. You're becoming, looking at different ways of reaching your customers. So that's number 1. Number 2, your workforce is changing. You're having much more diverse workforce. You're having also workforce which are going to be probably hybrid in some cases. You're going to have workforce from different generations. Yeah, and especially in retail, you see that in a very big way. You got people who just in their 20s to people who are much older. So therefore, you've got a huge spread of generational diversity. So when all these are changing, I think, and with your business models changing, your workforce changing, the diversity of the team changing, I think we also have to change the culture. And that culture starts with everything, not only your leaders, but your other HR systems. Start with leaders first, but also look at how are you rewarding people? How are you recognizing people? How are you training people? Because you need a culture which is right for you, a culture which is much more inclusive, a culture of learning, because you need people to learn continuously. You need people to be much more inclusive, because you're going to have very diverse teams working in a hybrid way. How do you feel them all included? And that's where culture really is going to be important. And you also need a culture which is open to change, to embrace newer ways, newer digital ways of working. Yeah. So therefore, I think HR then has to play a big part in building this culture, articulating what you need, starting with the leaders and they being the kind of torchbearers of culture and, helping them talk about it and, set the pathway for it, but also supporting it with various things like the right recognition, rewards, etc. So those are some of the things we need to work on. So in summary, let me kind of stop here. I think with so much change happening, and the theme of the session is phenomenal. It's all about innovating, transforming, and optimizing. But I just wanted to talk about 5 areas that I had mentioned. The workforce of tomorrow. What do you want to do there? I've told you about some of the changes, but that's where we need you to innovate and transform that. Right? The future focus on well-being. How will that be? And how will you really make that a core proposition for each of your employees? Employee experience. How is it being redefined? How do you want to redefine it for your organizations? what are the digital elements that you want to build, but what are the other elements that you want to strengthen in a more of a hybrid way? That's the important part. And what role do leaders and managers play in this new employee experience? The new leaders of tomorrow, yeah? How do you define them? How do you develop them? And I've told you the 3 things that I think are going to be very important for the new leaders. And lastly, your culture, because at the end, these are some changes that need a change in mindset, change in culture. And with so much happening, unless the culture changes, we'll not be able to substantially build on the future change. Yeah? So start working on those elements for your change. So I'll stop here. Wish you all a fantastic kind of the next 2 days. I've heard about these wonderful sessions that have been lined up for you. I think they're all really the right sessions to help you, build and get some new ideas. I think these workshops are to give you these new ideas so you can think about it and start seeing what you can do with it. Thank you and all the best. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Krish.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shankar, for a most thought-provoking keynote address that enunciated so beautifully the 5 critical factors that will define HR as we reset, innovate, transform, and optimize for a more holistic HR. We shall mail you a small token of our gratitude and appreciation. And thank you once again, sir. We now move into our first panel discussion, Emerging New Business Models. I'd like to introduce our very distinguished panel. He is Chief Executive Officer, Madura Fashion and Lifestyle, and Whole-Time Director, ABFRL. A warm welcome to Vishak Kumar. He is Country Manager, Forever New Executive Officer, Lifestyle International Private Limited. Let's welcome Devraj Iyer. He is Chief Executive Officer. She's Chief Executive Officer, Bata India Limited. A warm welcome to Gunjan Shah. He is Director and Chief Executive Officer, Gravis Foods Private Limited. Please welcome Mohit Khattar. He is Chief Business Officer, Geomart B2B Grocery, Reliance Retail Limited. A warm welcome to Manish Sabnis. And chairing the session is our Chairman, Retailers Association of India, Independent Consultant Member, Strategic Advisory Board, LCATT in Asia, a part of the LVMH Group. Please welcome our moderator, Mr. Biju Kurian. Over to Mr. Kurian and his distinguished panel to take us through this panel discussion, Emerging New Business Models.
Thank you very much, Hugo. And I've got with me a group of excellent sorry, Hugo, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah, perfect. Perfect. I just got a message saying, please log in. I thought I was already logged in, unless there is another login for the panel discussion. Okay. So let's carry on. As we know very clearly, we've just listened to Krish talk about the various things that we as HR professionals need to really consider. We've talked about the different aspects that we have to really worry about. I think we've got enough as a prologue to this particular panel discussion, so I won't really dwell on more things that we need to be doing at this point of time as part of the larger panel discussion. What I'd like to do is to be able to let me just figure out this because I think we are running a little ahead of schedule. So I think there is a challenge with some of the panelists not having got on to the panel discussion as yet. So what I think we need to figure out, Lawrence, is how to be able to ensure that they get logged in immediately.
Getting logged in. And
sure.
Can we request Hugo, if it is possible to do a quiz? Since
yes, I think Lawrence, the idea. Yeah. We'll just do a bit of a quiz. As I told you, we've got some exciting Kaya e-vouchers available for those of you who answer correctly. And of course, we will be drawing a lucky draw because we know that many of you will get the answers correct. So here it is. Just a few guidelines and rules. We will have the fastest finger first. Okay, so the first correct answer is what we are really looking for. You get 30 seconds to type in your answer. Okay, on your screen, dear delegates, you will see at the bottom left, click here for options. Okay, click that button out there, click here for options, and then you'll get an option, ask a question button there. So click on the ask a question button. I'll repeat, first click here for options, click on that button. Then you'll get an option, ask a question button, click that button as well, and you'll see two boxes there. The first one says, please type the speaker name to whom you wish to ask a question. Please type the speaker name. In that box, you will type the question code. Suppose it's question code number 28, type 28 in that box. In the lower box that says, type your question, you will actually type your answer with your name and your email ID. Okay, we definitely need your name and email ID so that in case you're the winner of the prize, we know where to send it and we can send it to you. Okay, so what I suggest you do, since time is short, please, in any case, type that name and email ID. In any case, keep it typed in that box at all times. Okay, so shall we go with the first question? First question. Question code number 4. Question code 04. Who is the global HR head of Infosys? That's a sitter. Who is the global HR head of Infosys? We thought we'd begin with something very, very easy to get you into the mood and into the routine of things. So, question code number 4, who is the global HR head of Infosys? Okay, we go with another question. Who are the gifting partners of Manning Modern Retail Online 2021? Who are the gifting partners of our event? We've got 3 gifting partners. We've got 3 gifting partners. Who are the gifting partners of MMR 2021? Question code 08. Question code 08. Our third question. In the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, of course, it was held in 2021, but it was still named the 2020 Olympic Games. In the 2020 Tokyo Paralympic Games that followed a week later, the main Olympics, how many gold medals did India win? How many gold medals did India win? This is question code number 13. Question code 13. In the recently concluded Paralympics at Tokyo, how many gold medals did India win? Okay, another question coming up, question code number 18. The masterclass on impact of the new labor codes for the retail industry will be conducted by Mr. So-and-so. The name of the person who will conduct the masterclass on impact of new labor codes for the retail industry. What is his name? That's happening a little later today. That is question code number 18. And we'll give you one more question coming up right now. Question code number 20. Frontline is a product of which company? F-R-O-N-T-L-Y-N-E. That's how it's spelled. Frontline is a product of which company? And that is question code number 20. So 5 questions. You can give us the answer to all 5. So much the better. It increases your chances of winning Kaya e-vouchers. Okay, as I said, go to the click here for options box at the bottom left of your screen. Click there. You will get an option, ask a question. Click on that button. You'll get 2 options. The first box on top, type the speaker name to whom you wish to ask that question. There you need to type the question code. And below that, in the type your question box, you will type your answer, your name, and email ID. Okay, and of course, don't forget to hit the submit button. Okay, I'd like to thank our partners once again. Our partners, for Manning Modern Retail 2021 is our platinum partner, Reliance Retail, skill advocacy partner, Rashi or Retail Association Skill Council of India, e-learning partner, Tesseract, academic partner, BIMTech, Birla Institute, regulatory compliance partner, Aparajita Comfy, automation partner, RST Solutions, associate partner, Frontline, exhibiting partners, Great HR Office Kit, Talbrum and Winzard, gifting partners, Kaya Clinic, Mumbai Duty Free and Coco Cart. Business networking partner is REI Global Linker. Charity partner is Train, Trust for Retailers and Retail Associates of India. Magazine partner is Torai. Our speakers will all be getting e-vouchers from Mumbai Duty Free and Coco Cart. So thank you to all our gift partners, including Kaya, because the winners of the quiz questions will be getting gift for e-vouchers from Kaya. Okay, please visit our partner stalls on our digital platform. They are open 24/7 over the next 24 hours over the next couple of days. And of course, RST Solutions have a lucky draw for those who interact at the stall. The lucky winner could be carrying home or could be the recipient of the latest JBL headphones. We've got the exciting quiz contest, which you are participating in right now, and the winners will be getting e-vouchers from Kaya. And do watch out also, tomorrow we've got an exciting our HR Retail Awards and the final contest grand finale, where we have 11 brilliant young teams, individuals and organizations who will take us through their innovative HR retail practices, and we will decide the winners before a very distinguished jury. Okay, so Lawrence, Meenakshi, are we ready with the panel? Have they all logged in?
Yeah, we've got Mr. Vishak, we've got Mr. Mohit and Mr. Devraj Iyer logged in. We actually
we need
2 minutes ahead of time.
We're still ahead of time.
3 more people, Dhruv, Manish and Dev Iyer. Dev is just logging in.
We can give you a few more questions. So
Yes,
we've got a lot of questions.
Actually, Hugo, why don't you give us a few more prizes? Don't give us the questions. That would be good.
Lawrence,
some people are looking forward to prizes more than questions.
Prizes will be mailed to each of the speakers and panelists and the
So you
moderators.
should also make it open to the panelists.
Yes.
Because they should also have the opportunity to be able
Yes, of
to get
course.
some of the
I think
prizes.
the panelists will also have a chance to win these gift vouchers, including Sir the Chairman.
Yes, that's right. So we're all looking for it. It's an equal opportunity world.
Okay, we're going to give 2 other questions not related to MMR right now, but okay, something more pleasant, of course, something more glamorous here. Question code number 9. Saina Nehwal is the brand ambassador of which e-commerce company? Question code number 9. Saina Nehwal is the brand ambassador of which e-commerce company? And question code 10. Former Miss World Manushi Chillar. Former Miss World Manushi Chillar is brand ambassador of which 2 companies? Former Miss World Manushi Chillar is the brand ambassador of which 2 companies? And that is question code number 10. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 questions that we've fired out at you, giving 7 of you a chance to win gift vouchers. We'll give you 1 more question. Who is the first Indian woman to win 2 Paralympic medals, and how old is she? Who is the first Indian woman to win 2 Paralympic medals, and how old is she? Okay, you'd like me to go through the questions very quickly in case some of you missed out? Okay, question code 4. Who is the global HR head of Infosys? Question code 8. Who are the gifting partners of MMR Online 2021? Question code 9. Saina Nehwal is the brand ambassador of which e-commerce company? Question code 10. Former Miss World Manushi Chillar is brand ambassador for which 2 brands? In the question code 13, in the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, how many gold medals did India win? Question code 16, who is the first Indian woman to win 2 Paralympic medals and how old is she? And question code 18, masterclass, who will be taking the masterclass on impact of new labor codes for the retail industry later today? And the last of the questions we asked, question code 20, Frontline is a product of which company? We will give you the answers after this panel discussion. Of course, it means once we give you the answers, there's no chance of anybody sending in answers post that. Okay?
Yeah. Hugo, we are good to go. We are all in.
Okay. So ladies and
Gunjan also joined.
We've got an entire panel out here. Vishak Kumar, Dhruv Bogra, Devraj Iyer, Gunjan Shah, Mohit Khattar, Manish Sabnis, and of course, Mr. Biju Kurian, all raring to get his panel in action. Over to you, Mr. Biju Kurian.
Thank you, Hugo, and thank you to all my panelists. Thank you for accommodating that slightly earlier start in the panel discussion than what we planned. Obviously, we ran out of gyan to give in the first hour, so we ended up having to get you guys to come in and give us some gyan. So thank you for accommodating that requirement. So I have with me, as Hugo announced, Vishak Kumar. Vishak is actually the CEO for Madura Fashion and Lifestyle. Vishak has very much been part of the fashion industry, and I've known him to be a part of the fashion industry, I think now for close to about 25 years when I first met him. So he has been a stalwart in the Aditya Birla Group in the fashion and lifestyle segment, and currently heads the business. We have with us also Dhruv Bogra. Dhruv's a country manager for Forever New India and Southeast Asia. As you know, Dhruv is not just a fashion aficionado and a business leader, but Dhruv is also a what you might define as an endurance cyclist. I'm sure he didn't endure the cycling, but if you think about somebody who cycled from the northernmost part of North America to the southernmost part of South America, then please meet Dhruv Bogra. And Dhruv's written a book about it, which I'm sure you all can catch up on, but he can tell you a lot of stories about the different things that happened. Devraj Iyer. Devraj is actually the CEO of Lifestyle International. As you know, Lifestyle is one of the most successful department store chains in India and has been in operation now for close to about 25 years from whatever I do remember. And Devraj is now the CEO for the Lifestyle International department store business. I know we all in the department store business share the agonies of various kinds of lockdown-induced closures, mall-related closures, but I'm sure we all look forward to the future with anticipation. Gunjan Shah. Gunjan is also somebody who moved from the fashion space to the footwear space and is the CEO for Bata India. Gunjan has been in the fashion industry for quite a while, and currently I'm sure is battling with the challenges of making sure that more people who work from home actually wear footwear as opposed to the comfortable styles that they adopt. Mohit is actually the CEO for Gravis Foods Private Limited. One of the most popular brands that you know there is Baskin Robbins. And of course, Mohit has been a part of the consumer accessories, the retail, and also the consumer brands business for a long while. Both Dhruv and Mohit are people who have been my colleagues at Titan. So it's certainly a pleasure to have them here on this particular panel. Manish is, of course, Manish Sabnis is the Chief Business Officer of JioMart B2B Grocery Reliance Retail Limited. Manish has actually been part of the B2B retail business for a while. He's previously been with Metro, and now post Metro, he's actually joined JioMart. And as you know, Reliance and JioMart have got huge ambitions in terms of what they want to do with the with what you might define as the opportunity to be able to connect the traditional retailer with the customer. And JioMart is obviously going to play a large role in this. All of them have actually experienced the pandemic and the lockdown in some manner or the other. And they've experienced stores which have closed. They've experienced businesses which have actually declined in terms of revenues. They've experienced the challenges of managing cash flows. They've experienced the hard decisions that they've had to take about people. They've been posed with questions like, how do I reorganize in order to be able to meet the new requirements of the business? How do I ensure that my business transforms in order to be able to capture the opportunities that digital technologies afford? And in case I were to convert myself from merely being an offline player to an omni-channel player, then what are some of the changes that I need to make in terms of my structure, and what are the investments that I need to make in the organization? Each one of these business leaders actually epitomizes business leadership at its best. They've stayed the course, they've gone through the tough times, they've helped to be able to adapt the organization to the challenges that they are facing in the marketplace, and they're all survivors. As Dhruv always says, grit is the hallmark of a leader. And this is something that you've clearly seen amongst these leaders in all of these situations, that they have actually displayed grit of a very, very high order. So what I'd like to do is to be able to pose a question to several of these panelists, because when March 2020 happened, and when the Prime Minister announced that we are going to be entering a lockdown phase, which is approximately about 2 weeks, we didn't know whether it is going to be 2 weeks or more, but we all believe that that is 2 weeks. And as business leaders, we realized that we have to close our stores, effectively close our sources of revenue. Yet, on the other hand, we were going to be responsible for keeping our companies afloat. We had to make sure that we had enough money to be able to pay the salaries of our employees. We had to make sure that we had to pay off the suppliers whose payments had come due, to pay the statutory dues, though there was some concession announced by the government. But there were very, very crucial people decisions that we had to take. Stores are closed. What do we do about our employees? How do we make sure, if there are no revenues, that salaries can continue to be paid? How do we know the kind of things that employees in the stores could actually be repurposed to doing? And I don't like to use the word repurposed, but the point is that people had to play new roles in the context of the stores being actually closed. How do we make sure that if employees are outside of the organization and we can't see them, we can only talk to them, how do we ensure that they remain connected with the organization when they are working from home? How do we ensure that, when they are working from home, that productivity does not suffer? How do we ensure that if they're not within the same cubicle, that virtual teams continue to get created? And finally, at the end of it, tough decisions around how much can you afford in terms of costs, such that you maintain the organization through this difficult phase. So I'd like to first address this question to Vishak, but certainly that is not the last answer on this. I'd also like to hear the others talk about it. So Vishak, if you think of yourself in that situation in March 2020, think about what went through your mind and how did you decide on several of these aspects that I just amplified on.
Okay, thanks for this, Biju, and thanks for setting it up beautifully. It's always a pleasure being in a panel where you're there. I think you've touched upon all the issues which have been challenges for most of us in the last year and a half. It's easier to decide once you're clear whether your employees are your resources or your employees are your stakeholders. If you go with employees as resources, sure, you would optimize resources. Okay. But if you say that they are at some level non-negotiable stakeholders, the compass becomes a lot easier to navigate with. At least in our organization, we took that call that employees are vital stakeholders along with shareholders that we need to take along in those difficult times. So there were, like you rightly said, tough calls to be made because there was a reality that there wasn't any business coming through. Stores were shut, right? Cash flows were under stress and so on. What we chose to do was to say that, look, our employees are our vital stakeholders and that we will work in the principle of fairness, okay, and with disproportionate amount of transparency in everything that we do. Led to a series of Biju, I remember a time when I was standing on the street in 100 Feet Road with a huddle outside of all our store managers of 100 Feet Road, some 7 of us together. And I said, "Kya karna chahiye? Okay, what should we do? What's the right thing to do with our front-end staff?" Everybody respected the fact that we'll not lay off. And everybody volunteered that, look, don't worry about doing salary cuts. We'll deal with it together, okay? But we really respect the fact that you don't want to discriminate different kinds of people at this point of time, okay? And that you're saying, let's do it. And then we took a cut, which was top down, which means the highest level people took the heaviest cuts and so on. It was done very transparently, fairly, including we had a policy for those who did not want to come to stores at that point of time. Okay, because parents said, don't go to the store and so on. We created a policy for them also so that it was easy for them. Net, we said that, look, let's do what's fair. We created a project Lakshya, which was essentially about what you said about reskilling. And the thing was this, a whole lot of jobs were not really required for a few months, okay? And there was another set of jobs where there was huge effort and huge action even as we did this. For example, suddenly we were selling huge number of masks, okay? A product we had no, how do you create an organization for selling masks, for making masks and so on? You had to redeploy a whole, and create some of that stuff. So entire period of Project Lakshya, we had about 600 people who were redeployed temporarily. And so that was again something which we did. And I think it was useful for the individual. They also learned a new skill. This thing about how do you monitor people when they are working from home? Simple answer is you don't and you shouldn't. If you are clear about the accountability, responsibility of each individual, and if you have a performance-based organization which basically says, hey, you've got your responsibility, you deal with it, you deliver, people find their ways of doing it. And to that extent, I think, yeah, I mean, there might be somebody who had their own challenges, who had their own constraints, and but by and large, I think people also responded to the fact that we had faith in them and that we believed in them. Okay, so I have hogged a lot of airtime, so maybe I'll let some of the others answer some of the other questions you posed.
Maybe Dave can add to what Vishak mentioned about, what were some of the thoughts that went through your mind at that point of time.
Yeah, sure, Vijay. So, to be very honest, right? So when this hit us, all of us were taken completely aback, right? And I think we took a few decisions there. Today, we have the benefit of hindsight. So we are in a position to say what we did was right or wrong. But at that point in time, when a situation like this hits you, as an organization, you react in a certain way. And at that point in time, you believe that's the right thing for the organization. So the first thing when it hit us was, it's a matter of 2 to 3 weeks. We are all in this together. We will come out of it, right? That was the first going in position. But all of us know after 3 weeks became 6 weeks, 2 months, 3 months, and that's when concerns were there. Let me not just talk about the first wave. I think I will also add the second wave to it, because the responses between the two waves were very, very different. In the first wave, the concern was how soon are we going to get revenues? The other thing was, while stores were shut, it wasn't as if business was shut, because online started growing significantly. So much so that was growing at like 200, 300%. And we suddenly realized we didn't have the right skill set in such a short period of time to reskill to service that demand, right? So that was one big challenge as an organization we had to go through, because online, which was just 2-3% of our overall business, suddenly became 10-15% of our business. And we needed a huge amount of shift of manpower, reskilling, and things like that. That was number one. Second was, none of us were, stores were shut, offices were shut. So how do we have common meetings? So the way technology started playing a role, and not every member in our organization was technology enabled. For example, all meetings started happening in Teams and Meet, Google Meet. So to actually educate people that this is how you download the app. I'm talking of store managers. I'm talking of store staff across the country, right? Tier 1 metro towns, Tier 2 towns, to bring this organizational change so that all of us could come together. How do we have an open house? The first, open house, unthinkable that you would do it virtually without any physical people. So how do you organize an open house so that the leadership team, one by one, can communicate to the floor staff, to the regional staff, to the warehouse staff, supply chain staff? How do we communicate this message that intention was there, but how do we communicate this intention that you're all there, don't worry, we are in it together? So this was a massive challenge. And I think, and sometimes I really think, they say necessity is the mother of invention. So all of us innovate, all of us were forced to a corner, and we had no choice but to come up with solutions to sort of overcome this. So that is, I think, if you really ask me, I think every organization has innovated in its own ways and have come out of it. They've found their own individual solutions to grapple with things. But in the second wave, our entire focus shifted to care. It was not about retaining people. It was more about care, because that was devastating. So we are losing lives. Everybody, our friends, our near and dear ones, someone either in your family or your friend circle or your professional life had lost life. So we quickly moved to, how do we cover medical expenses? How do we cover insurance? So if somebody in the store has lost a near and dear one, how do we protect their livelihood? So the entire focus moved from operations to protecting people and protecting livelihoods. So we had to launch the landmark Suraksha, which took care of employees' medical expenses. Even if you lost a key young spouse or a child, take care of your medical, take care of education, spouse income, etc. So the entire focus in the second wave moved to care rather than how to operate, because by then we found some solutions of how to operate during this pandemic. So yeah, that's how, in hindsight, yeah, maybe we could have done even more. I think we are better prepared, certainly well prepared for the future. But yeah, it's been great lessons the last 1.5 years.
Great. They said that, this COVID pandemic was a once in a century experience. So hopefully, whatever lessons we've learned from this can be captured for posterity, and maybe somebody else can use it in the 22nd century when something similar like this happens. Going to you, Dhruv, and I think if I were to borrow the title of your book, which is Grit, Gravel and Gear, from whatever I do remember, which was kind of epitomizing, in a sense, how you prepared, what you went through, and what were some of those, what you might call as inner strengths that one had to draw on. And when you think of yourself in March 20, and when you think of, what exactly were some of the thoughts that went to your mind at that point of time about, at two levels. One about your own and at the, at the level of your employees. And the second is also about the business and the existence of the business. So how did you think about all these things?
Well, Viju, thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak on this subject. Like you mentioned earlier, I believe grit is really a very important facet in the way we take these decisions. And what I underwent in that journey over a period of 18 months or so, I think everything just kind of started, unfolding in front of my eyes at that point in time about how to handle this crisis. Things like, for example, how do you anticipate, how do you ensure the safety of your employees, what to expect next. These things just suddenly started, emanating from within me, and through me, I think we were able to sort of get it across to all the employees within the organization. Much before the decision to shut down the country was announced, we were already in the process of instituting many health and safety measures within the organization. Face masks, face shields had already started in the stores in early March. We had already moved to a hybrid work model in March, much before that. But the speed and suddenness of the decision from the top, I think, did leave us baffled and puzzled and also surprised and shocked, just like the others just expressed. So one of the first things that we did, which was our priority, was to ensure the health and safety of our employees and have an overarching embrace in terms of reassuring them that we were going to be there for them, and that whatever it was we were going to be facing, we would face it together. So I think that's one of the first things we did. Subsequently, a little bit down the line, we realized that this is something that is really going to become far more serious than we anticipated. We quickly set up COVID emergency response teams, both for retail and both for our own staff in the back end. For Revenue is not a very large company with a big footprint like some of the other players here, other brands here. But we are present in over 30 cities with our own employees. We don't have franchisees. So we have to take care of that boy in Karnal or that boy in Pathankot sitting in the concession store and ensure that he's safe. And if I were to respond to your question both across both the waves, the second wave was horrifying. It was terrible. At one point in time, we had 1/4 of the organization, the front end, down with COVID at one point in time, and about 15 to 20% of our back office as well. So we had people whose parents were running out of oxygen. We had some deaths as well. So this was all quite traumatic for many people. And one of the challenges that we faced was how to ensure the mental health of our teams. That became the big challenge, on top of all the other challenges around inventory, sales, e-commerce, digital acceleration. All the back-end work was going on. But on top of all this was this overarching importance of having to keep the team together from a mental health point of view. I think that's where the quality of grit came in. And what I think this whole crisis, like it is during war, has exposed to people something very beautiful about themselves, that we all have this capability to be tenacious, to be gritty, to be able to overcome anything. And like I mentioned to you yesterday, boys became men and girls became women. And that is where that situation leadership that started emanating from the bottom was really very heartwarming to see. So yes, I mean, we went through a whole process like the others did about how do we safeguard salaries, try to avoid layoffs, take salary cuts ourselves, the steepest at the top kind of thing, and do everything else. But on top of everything that we were doing, what mattered the most to us was the wellness and mental health of our employees. And we did many things around engagement, training, upskilling, reskilling, starting April of 2020, going up to, it goes on even now, actually, because we're still in a hybrid model. And it's been I think, a chiseling moment for everyone. And people have discovered qualities that they never had. We've had people take on new roles. We've had staff become super customer experience specialists with, WhatsApping to customers, asking about their health, going out of the way to help their colleagues, running around for oxygen. I think this has been a tremendous moment in our country's history, world's history, but also for our organizations. And a lot of amazing things are going to come out of this experience for a lot of people.
True. And as many say, um, you needed this crisis for us to discover our inner selves and realize how capable we all were, and what were the things that we could pull out. On the other hand, you never wish for a crisis like this at all, because
Exactly.
this is not something that you really want to happen. So in some senses, it kind of helped fashion us and steel us, and yet on the other hand, it was not the best way to be able to help fashion us. So I think that's the kind of interesting. Let me now switch to another question, because I think, as Vishak mentioned in his open house on 100 Feet Road, he was speaking with all of his store heads and asked, "Karna kya hai?" And I think that was where the first question comes to a lot of people, saying that, what do we do now? And one of the most important things when a lot of us are running principally offline businesses is about the staff in the stores in a situation where stores are closed. Uh, there are some opportunities which lay ahead of us, which was in terms of, if you're in the restaurant business, a delivery model. If you're in maybe a fashion space after the initial period of time, then an omni model. If you're in the B2B space and people are afraid to walk into your stores, that you are allowed to open your stores, then obviously an opportunity to be adopting a delivery model. So let me first swing to Gunjan and ask him. And at that point of time, I think, Gunjan, you weren't in Bata as yet when it first came in. But then I'm sure during the second wave, you probably experienced it a little more. But what did you think about it from a people's perspective? How do I ensure that my people are kept productive? How do I preserve their employment on the one hand, while ensuring that they are adding value to the organization on the other hand? And what are the tools that you used at that point of time in order to ensure that you could add value? Whether it is redeployment, re-energize, re-engage, whether you're going to be retraining or whatever else that you did. What were some of the things that you had done in order to be able to make sure that you kept them completely productive and value adding?
Oh, great, great. Thanks, Biju. And thanks for the opportunity to speak here. No, you're right. I think, obviously, I think the panelists before this have spoken, right, of the employee first, about the care piece, etc. Right. I think the key point that, I would like to and respond on your point also, Biju, is that, I think employee engagement was a big challenge. In a way, is currently also somewhat of a challenge. So it's, I think, ameliorating a little as time goes by. But however, I think there were a few things that we tried to do, right? And we, as of now, I don't think we have crossed the journey. I don't think I can also answer your question saying that they are fully productive from a true productive sense, right, in financial metrics, right? But I think there were some initiatives and efforts that we tried to do towards that. And I'm sure everyone's tried to do something on those fronts. One of those, I think the biggest thing was that, a lot of age-old practices got challenged, right? In the way meetings are done, the frequency at which interactions happen, the frequency at which I even now do town halls, etc., despite the fact that we have seen some semblance of normalcy, I think has gone up dramatically compared to, pre-COVID, etc. What this is also thrown up is a lot of opportunities, I think, especially during the first wave and the second wave during the lockdown, of upskilling and training. So I think there was a lot of work that happened towards making sure that people were not only reskilled, right? That was a limited opportunity that you could do for a set of people, etc. But also making sure that they were upskilled and refreshed to get ready for whenever things get back to some kind of an operation back again. And I think a lot of work went behind training and development, right? I think the reskilling piece is valid. One example was given of a category that exploded. I think similarly for us in terms of challenges that exploded, right? There were various ways and means that we tried to reach out to consumers. If consumers could not come to us in our stores since they were shut, etc., or they were reluctant to come out. The other big piece, I think, that also helped, in terms of getting this engagement going, right, I think, is also this entire piece which was to do around community. And a lot of work went behind it, while obviously I think during the heat of the wave of April, May, June of the second wave especially, right, I think a lot of people were obviously personally impacted, but I think there was a disproportionate effort in parallel to this that we tried to put to communities around us. And I think that also added in terms of the bonding as well as the community feeling within the organization and the employees. And that I think that plus the employee first policy that has already been talked about by others, I think does stand us in good stead. And hopefully does result in basically a better belonging to the organization as well as better morale going forward as things get back to normal, and as we wish all together that we don't see this again.
Thanks, Gunjan. And Manish, if I were to switch to you, you were in the essentials category. And because you were in the essentials category at that point of time with Metro, obviously you had your stores open, but one of the biggest challenges were that many of your customers who were smaller store people, they were closed, and many others were afraid to even venture out of their homes and travel distances to come to stores. So how did you think of it at that point of time in terms of the full complement of employees being available to you, yet on the other hand the full complement of customers not being available to you?
Thanks, Biju, and thank you for the opportunity. It was a very strange situation. It was that groceries was classified as essentials, so you were keeping your stores open, and it wasn't as if all the employees were coming, because at the entry level you tend to get a lot of people, let's say in Bangalore, who are from the Northeast, etc. And with hostels having closed down, shared accommodation having shut down, we actually found a lot of our employees had gone away. In fact, I was getting into a partnership with the companies which had non-essentials, whose stores were shut. And we actually started talking directly, I mean, I was not really an HR leader, but, it didn't matter. As somebody who was responsible and on the board of that organization, we straight away picked up phones and called up our contacts and said, can we have temporary associates joining us? Because it was very good for, serving our customers. It was very good for the P&L. So rather than let go of associates from those companies, they could come and work for Metro Cash and Carry. Secondly, the other thing we found is, none of the restaurants or dhabas, etc. were open. So while our associates were in the stores, we actually had to make sure that we ran our canteens even more, not just for our employees. So we ensured them that we didn't make any distinction between employees, security guards, off-roll employees. We even gave us special allowance. We organized cars, got them in. We ensured them that they would get a hot meal. We thanked them for whatever they had done. We obviously first made sure that they were very, very clear that just because we were essentials, we were not really pushing them to come to work. We made sure we convinced them. There is a bit of an advantage that Metro stores had because the aisles were really wide than some other companies. So we made doubly sure that they were very assured. We started a token system for at any point of time inside a 50,000 square feet store. We ensured how many customers can actually come in, and we really regulated that. Second, we also made sure that for customers who are not very comfortable, we organized something like a grocery combo, and we kept those typical combos outside so that they didn't really need to come. We had large parking lots. So employees came in, they picked up their combos. We also stepped up delivery. At that time, e-com was something which was not a very big part of Metro's business. So we scaled that up really. So lots of learning around that time. We also felt that just to keep our stores working, a lot of people thought that because it was grocery, everything would run smoothly or the stores would open. But we really discovered that, there was a central government diktat, then there was a state government, and then the local district level district magistrate, the IS, could actually have a completely different set of rules. So we really empowered our senior store managers. So unlike, let's say, some of the retail store managers, the Metro store manager handles anywhere from 250 to 500 crores of turnover. So we really empowered them to go and talk to the government officials, and that really helped. So in touch with the IS officer, the medical health officer, and there were stores which kept getting open, kept getting shut, and we had to work through all the shifts. So huge amount of learning. But in this second lot, in my second innings here, in the second pandemic, with Reliance JioMart, we realized that all of our associates. So there were only two areas. One was the warehouses, where there was a concentration of employees who worked. And again, at those kind of basic levels, people work and live out of shared accommodation. So there were lots of occasions where 3 or 4 people get infected and the whole infection spreads. So we had to shut down some of our facilities, and every single day we had to track how many are detected with some kind of temperature, how many have to be sent back home. We moved from, let's say, a 2-shift operation to a 3-shift operation. We kept a shifts gap between the two, and so on and so forth. In the month of May, I remember some of the FMCG companies made a call saying that whoever is working in the field, they just pulled out their team. So we tried to work with it for a while, and then in the month of May, all 6,000 sales officers of ours we pulled. And that was another you asked a question about productivity. So it was difficult to measure productivity. So from home, these guys started making calls, and I think they really responded to the clarion calls. Being a grocery business in this innings as well, it was all essentials. So in fact, the demand went up. So we had to really stock up. Most of the others were stocking down, we were stocking up, and our productivity actually went up. So we had to really manage that, work from home, measuring productivity when a sales guy is making calls and completing the call versus actually going on a beat plan. So these were very different learnings in the second round. And as some of the other panelists have said, the focus was more about if somebody was hospitalized, if some oxygen cylinders had to be done. So the focus was more about care. It was also about vaccination. So we said that minimum first round, everybody should be covered by vaccination. Otherwise, you're not putting those guys back in the market, irrespective of the impact on the revenue. And it was, I think, in those times and now looking back, the right decision, because employees did value us, saying that this is an organization who's worried about me more than, let's say immediately what revenue I'm delivering. So it's not that I'm treated as a resource, but as somebody who's really valuable. So great experience. And also this period has shown us who's an armchair leader and who's a real leader in the market. I think that really clearly showed the distinction, and these are very valuable lessons.
Thanks, Manish. And I think a fair number of points which I'm capturing from all of the contributions so far has largely been around the fact that employee was priority one. While in fact you optimized around the organizational sustainability and continuance, most people, in fact everybody here so far, has talked about how they ensured that they took care of their employees, looked after them, made sure that their needs were met, made sure that from a health and safety perspective, things were done, extended the reach to beyond the employees, but also connected with their families, and ensured that employee as a figure of employment, or whether you talk about it from a resource perspective, or whether you talk about it from a set of skills, was seen in a very, very different perspective than merely a statistic. So I think that's a great thing to understand about, and I think a great thought to be expressing in the beginning of MMR 2021. Mohit, I wanted to check with you about one aspect. All of us, when we think about how we've lived our own lives in the last 18 months, we've worked from home. Those who have children in school have seen their children study from home. We can't go to a theater, so we watched entertainment at home. We can't go to a restaurant, so we ordered food at home. We've done almost everything that we would normally have done outside of our homes, in our homes. And for a lot of this, we actually use technology. Our employees are consumers just like all of us. And when we think of offices in the future, do we ever think that we should actually go back to an office that we used to have in the past, where people come in at 9 o'clock in the morning, leave at 5:30, 6 in the evening, come in for 5 or whatever number of days in a week, come in specifically and sit in a particular corner or in their designated space, travel long distances to come into an office, or if we are confident that they will continue to remain productive, as Vishak mentioned in the beginning, we don't worry about that, then why do we ever need to think of it as an office that we need to have in the future? Or even if we do need to have an office for any statutory reasons, how will we think of this office as a place for employees to come?
Biju, thanks first of all for having me on the panel, and thanks for your question. So I will look at the question possibly in a couple of ways. You are right that when employees kind of come back to office, they question some of the older ways of doing things, etc. Some things that we were used to, for example, working all days of the week, or working from a 9 to a 5, or whatever the timings might be. And some of those admin things might be questioned. You're absolutely right. However, there is a debate around the quality of decisions, the quality of interaction that you're able to have online versus offline, etc. And in my own mind, to be honest, let me share the background here. We as an organization have been working from the office pretty much since last September, or maybe last August. I don't even remember. We've been forever working, from our offices. This year, in the month of April and May, we kind of again worked from home, and then we again came back to the office. One of our realizations has been that the quality of interaction that we are able to have, the value of those, quick meetings at the coffee machine or at the water cooler, etc. Those are invaluable, absolutely invaluable. The kind of culture that you're able to build across the organization with people meeting with each other is far more or is far better than what you're able to do online. While there is obviously, quantum of work that you're able to accomplish sitting at your home, it possibly can be done slightly better when you are in the office. That's what our realization as a company has been. This does not mean that we do not encourage working from home, or we do not encourage flexi timings, etc., etc. Those are things obviously we are trying to incorporate into our working. One of the more important things that has come to the fore, and obviously that's a point made by some of the panelists earlier, is how online sales, or how the proportion of online sales to total sales has gone up. So if I was to think in terms of an organization of the future, I would imagine that what we call digital dexterity would be absolutely key, as a skill to have across functions, across employees, across levels. It would not be something that is specific to a particular function or a particular employee or a particular level. That is something that I see as one big change that is coming into an organization setup. The other is in terms of the way we connect with each other. Yes, you are right that earlier there was a certain way of connecting. We would physically travel into markets and into stores, etc. And we are discovering that possibly a lot of that may not be required at the frequency with which it was being done earlier. So you can cut down on your travel, you can cut down on some of your market visits and still be in touch with the markets. One of the initiatives that we took, possibly maybe later than some of the others have, is, while we were connected through, platforms like Zoom or Google Meets, etc., we have also enabled all our employees with what we call a mobile app-based meeting platform, which is essentially Workplace by Facebook. Now, here we are able to upload pictures. All our store guys are able to upload pictures of their stores, able to put up initiatives, which can be seen at the central level, and inputs can be given either for improvement or for correction or whatever. So those are small initiatives that we have taken as an organization to ensure that people stay connected. Something that we could never imagine 5 years ago, having a dealer conference, which is online. So, those are things that we have done. Now, launching new products doesn't necessarily mean that you go out into a market and physically introduce it. Obviously, there's a level of enthusiasm that can build, but it can also be done online. So those are some of the changes that we have brought in. But as I said, for me, and specifically for our organization, I think being in the office and working from the office will still be invaluable. Maybe the number of days is something that we can look at. Having digital skills will be absolutely paramount. Yes, we can look at some of, still controlling some of our meetings, etc., physical meetings and replacing them with virtual meetings, but it would not go away completely.
So what I'm hearing from you is the fact that there is an opportunity to be able to build a hybrid organization.
Absolutely.
There is no need to have an office to ensure that your employees work, but there are softer aspects around building culture, creating engagement.
I think there is one more. I think there is one more point that I'd like to make, Biju, and this is around some of the more routine, mundane jobs in the organization. So, if you ask me about an organization of the future, what I would say is that possibly some of the more traditional jobs would possibly get outsourced because the organization doesn't necessarily add value to those roles, and organizations would want to consolidate and focus only on their core jobs. So, for example, if as an organization, our core job is manufacturing, selling, and distribution, and possibly marketing, then that is what we would concentrate on. And non-core jobs like possibly IT or possibly finance or possibly some of the other jobs like that, like IT, finance, HR. Yeah, those are the 3 or 4 that I can think of. Those can get possibly outsourced, and which possibly places larger focus on the quality of individuals that we want in the functions that we want to retain and in the functions that we want to outsource.
Sure. So Vishak, if I were to come to you, and leading on from what Mohit mentioned about the organization of the future. And if we all believe that we will not go back to the organization of the past, which is, let's say, for example, hierarchical command and control with several levels which are there, decision making normally taken at the top, done at the top, etc., etc., then how do we ensure that when we think of the organization of the future, what are some of the characteristics that we would visualize in the org of the future? Vishak, you're on mute.
Yeah. Yes, Biju, I think you gave some answers in the question, but I'll try to still share what I think is my understanding of the organization in the future. It's evolving. First things first, and I will build on what Mohit said. I haven't built a new work relationship in the last 1.5 years with anybody who I did not have a strong bond with before COVID. So this, Mohit talked about culture. I think it's a very, very vital part of being an organization, which is a set of people with a common purpose who get along very well with each other, understand each other. It's, at least with current technology, this can be only a force multiplier. It can't be the force in itself. So that's part one, which is that you can't, at least with current context, you can't replace the physical office or the need for people to get together physically. Having said that, I think it'll be a shame to not utilize some of the benefits that we've seen into new ways of working. And I think good organizations must imbibe. By the way, MS Teams existed 3 years back also. And, our IT teams used to try and encourage so many people to, please try this. It's easy, it works, and so on and so forth. And you would do that once or twice. And
many say that COVID was the chief digital transformation officer.
Absolutely, it was. So no doubt, I think it accelerated everything by 10 years. A lot of things it should have probably taken much more time to do so. So clearly there is a physical world that we were familiar with. There is a force multiplier which technology is giving you. There is also a work from anywhere, and to that extent, hence, a lot more coordination becoming possible, net connections being possible. And with all of that, scalability also becomes relatively easier. You no longer have to create constraints around physical spaces and offices and so on. As you're looking at scalability, it becomes a lot easier to be able to do some of those things. It requires, like Mohit said, a vastly different digital mindset. And it's a very cliched, bandied around term right now, so one needs to be careful not to fall for those cliches. And yet there is a role that technology is going to play disproportionately in all our lives, whether it's in commerce, whether it's in work processes, whether it's in even automation of routine processes and so on. So for example, e-commerce catalogs. Do you need to do physical shoots or can you do digital draping? Now, these all become part and parcel of ways of life, right? And organizations will have to be able to adapt to that and be able to make the most of it. It also requires very different capabilities of people. At one level, you require people who are multi-skilled and more than anything else have the learning ability to take on new skills fast. So one of the things that, and I know that in your audience you have a lot of HR heads, one of the things that you need is HR heads who look for learning ability, because you will need to keep adapting, keep doing new things. Probably the rate of change would be faster than before as you go along. The organization of the future is also going to be a lot more flexible in terms of what it does, how command and control, Biju, anyway was going, okay, with a lot of information democracy anyway, a lot of those things were going away. I think this has only accelerated that change. It will be a lot more of set of people with a common purpose as the organization of the future.
Thanks. Thank you. And Gunjan, if I were to swing to you with, let's say, leading on from what Vishak mentioned. And he mentioned that, several characteristics that he described. Would we think of, and since we've got a large audience of HR people, I'd like you to address it from a HR perspective. What do you think will be the role of the HR organization? Will it be the classic recruit, train, engage, performance management, retire, that whole cycle, or will it be any different in the future, given how the organizations will also be different?
Yeah, no, first is let me assure the HR folks out there that we are surely not going to outsource the HR function. Right, I'm sure, I think, obviously there are repetitive tasks and that's what Mohit was hinting towards, but just a reassurance wherever required. But I think, Biju, on your question, as well as I think, also taking forward from what, I think Vishak mentioned, I think there will be, it's not as if, things are, people are going to go away. As long as people are there, HR is there, right? So the primary role of HR in any organization is people and people centric, right? And people will be there. They will be in different forms, right? As already has been said very well by Mohit and Vishak, right? There will be different skill sets. There will be different attitudes. There will be, you will dial up on certain parameters that you want from people, right? And I think that's something that HR will play a role, right? Yes, there will be repetitive tasks, etc., which might get out of the way, right? Which were anyways getting out. It's not as if, I think it's something earth-shatteringly new. Right. It's just that it's accelerated now. People have learned to do it. People on all sides in the ecosystem have learned how to adjust to, new ways of working. You can, you can log into somewhere, get your questions answered, get your own, information that you require. You don't need to go to some, you don't need to keep an HR guy to respond to those kind of things. There are chatbots available. So my sense is, Viju, that repetitive tasks go away. However, the core function of HR, which is people and people management in the organization, will remain. Obviously, oriented towards the new skill sets required, And I think that was well summarized. I think, technology affinity, I think, is going to be very, very critical across, I think was mentioned already, across all kinds of people in the organization. Agility in terms of mindset is going to be very, very critical, right? Change is only going to come faster. So I think these will get dialed up, but however, the role will continue.
Sure. Thanks, Gunjan. And Dev, just swing an audience question to you. One of the questions asked by the audience is that when we think about reinventing the organization and making it digital first, as many of you all have described, do we think of any unforeseen costs which come with making an organization digital first?
Yeah.
Hopefully you have foreseen it, but
yeah.
That's why I'm asking you the question.
I think it's a very interesting question because, nobody viewed this in this fashion. So I think it's quite interesting. So I think digital is here to stay. And I think while COVID has brought in huge negative repercussions on business, on people, like we are discovering in the panel today, there are also a lot of positives. So we are learning to work smarter. We are learning to work more efficiently. And we're doing all this through digital. So therefore, that's here to stay. What are the trade-offs? I think the biggest one is the skilling of people to be technology enabled. So we don't need technologists. We need people who are open to embracing technology. So we don't need coders. We don't need software technologies. We just need people who are just willing to experiment, willing to do new things using technology. So it could be as simple as working through your mobile phone, downloading apps, moving things faster through some of these new software that's available. So I don't see a huge trade-off in digital. In fact, I only see positives coming through digital because it's only bringing in more efficiency to the organization.
Sure. Thanks. Thank you. And Dhruv, one last audience question for you, which is in terms of driving change. I think they've talked about change, driving change. If you find that people are resistant to change, as you visioned it out, but you find that they are reluctant to actually change, either to learn or to adopt, then what are some of the challenges? How do you address this challenge? Is a question that has been asked by an audience member. Dhruv, you're muted.
Yeah, it's a good question because this was a time in our history in which change was thrust upon us when people least expected it at the speed at which it came. And change, by the way, is a way of life, and you have to adapt to the ability to adapt to change. So that's one part of it because it will always be there. The people who found it the most to change there were quite a few people. And obviously, those who were immediately within our scanner, we did quite a few things, and we've already started the process. One is coaching. So a couple of us are certified coaches, including myself. And in the last 3 to 4 weeks, I've started coaching some young managers myself on certain skill sets. We brought in an external coach to coach some senior leaders. He has got a lot more experience, 10, 15 years experience in coaching CEOs and stuff like that. So he's got that innate ability to be able to, sort of pivot mindsets which are resistant to change. And we've had considerable success, initial successes, especially with the young managers who are always open to looking at things differently. I've personally had some success with it. We've had some success with coaching as well. And we've encouraged one-to-one conversations. I know in this current environment, physical one-to-one contact is not possible. But one of the things that I did sort of make a note of, Viju, about the organization of the future is the ability of HR to have either on the board or be skilled themselves in coaching, counseling, and having a psychologist on board. Because just like a cricket team needs a psychologist, in today's environment, senior leadership needs serious psychological counseling. For instance, in our organization, we do 65% of employees are women. They have their own set of challenges. Many of them are mothers. There are mothers who are leading stores, even during COVID, and they had the courage to come to work, but they went back with a lot of stress and guilt that they might carry the infection back home. So how do you deal with that? How do you deal with that fear that is now lurking behind corners every day in people's lives? So change is going to be always be there. COVID is not going away. It's going to become a part of life. And I think we need to ensure that people who are most resistant to change need to be counseled, helped along, hold their hands and give them more responsibility and help them see their own potential, but they're not able to see it. So a lot of that, I think HR has to play a big role in facilitating this. And for them to facilitate this change, Biju, they themselves have to change and move with the times.
Thank you. Thanks, Dhruv. Thank you. Those are wonderful words. And I think key points there is times are changing and we need to change. So I think we've run out of time at this point of time. So let me thank all my panelists on this reasonably wide-ranging topic, emerging business models and the HR imperatives. You've got time ahead of you to be able to reflect on the thoughts that have been expressed. Thank you very much, Vishak, Dev, Gunjan, Mohit, Dhruv, and we've had to let Manish go off because he had an urgent call. So, and Manish also was part of this. Thank you very much for making this an interactive, hopefully educative, and finally, at the end of the day, a tone setter for the rest of the organization. Thank you all for this. Hugo, over to you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Biju Kujan and his band of merry men. A very great, good start to our Manning Modern Retail 2021 online. Thank you, Mr. Vishak Kumar, Mr. Dhruv Bogra, Mr. Devraj Iyer, Mr. Gunjan Shah, Mr. Mohit Khattar, Mr. Manish Sabnis, and of course, Mr. Biju Kujan. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, okay, delegates, I'm sure you are eager to know what the answers to our questions are. Most of you have got it correct. I think we've got no fewer than 206 of you who have responded to our quiz questions. So here are the answers. We will be announcing the winners at the end of the day. Okay, so who is the global head of HR head of Infosys? Krish Shankar, of course, I told you that was a sitter because he had just finished speaking. Who are the gifting partners of MMR Online 2021? We've got Kaya, and you're going to be winning vouchers from Kaya. We've got Mumbai Duty Free and Coco Cart. All our speakers will be getting e-vouchers from Mumbai Duty Free and Coco Cart. Thank you to them. Saina Nehwal is a brand ambassador for which e-commerce company? And the answer is Flipkart. Former Miss World Manushi Chillar is a brand ambassador of which brands? Two brands, that's Adidas and Pantene. In the Tokyo Paralympics 2020, how many gold medals did India win? We won 5 gold medals, and that's absolutely phenomenal. Who was the first Indian woman to win 2 Paralympic medals, and how old is she? The first Indian woman is Avni Lekhra. She's just 19. Avni Lekhra, just 19. Great going for Indian sports out there. Masterclass on impact of new labor codes for retail industry will be conducted by Mr. K. Vardhan. And of course, our final question that we asked, Frontline is a product of which company? And that is Microgenesis. So those were the answers. 206 of you. Keep your fingers crossed because you could be winning Kaya gift vouchers, but we will announce the results later at the end of the day. And we'll have other editions of these questions coming up very shortly. Just to remind you to kindly visit all our partner stalls on our digital platform. They've got the latest products, we've got the latest services to synergize with your HR policies and retail. So do not miss this opportunity to check them all out on one platform. And of course, if you visit RST Solutions and interact with them, you also have the bonus of getting a chance to win the latest JBL headphones. Okay, so don't miss out on this. Coming up right now, we've got a presentation, Scaling Retail Bottom Lines with HR Automation. And to make the presentation, we've got the Managing Director, India and Asia Pacific, RST Solutions India. Yes, the company that's going to be giving away the JBL headphones. Managing Director, India and Asia Pacific, RST Solutions India, Vivek Malhotra. Over to Mr. Vivek Malhotra. Mr. Malhotra? We can see your screen.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You're audible and we can see your screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you once again. So, as Hugo mentioned, I'll take you through what are the opportunities from an HR automation perspective, and how it can, help drive bottom lines. So essentially, before I kind of kick in there, I thought let me give you a brief introduction on what RST is. So RST is about an 18-year-old organization. 18-year-old organization. We are, we have a global footprint, and essentially, our customers, of course, our customers are spread across North America, South and Europe as well, and also in APAC. So what we essentially help is large enterprises and medium-sized enterprises in their ERP and automation requirements. So what does automation mean, and what really we do is, essentially it's a set of technologies that we work together, and we work with functions like HR, finance, operations, and of course sales as well, in terms of how we can automate various processes which exist in the organization. So, as I mentioned, business process automation is a slew of technologies, and these are our partners we work with in terms of helping businesses automate their business processes, actually. So, I think it's a good point to, kind of segue into how has HR evolved over the years, So, of course, in the industrial age, we had HR, what one terms it now as HR 1.0, and we were good with, spreadsheets. So it was okay, and our business was well managed with spreadsheets. And then, of course, let's say about more recently, about 10, 15 years ago, we moved into what is now called the HR 2.0. Of course, the internet age. And that's when, we kind of got introduced to ERP, HRMS systems. And it was like really the need of the hour, and we could manage work with those. But now, and I think we've seen this in the earlier conversations which we were privy to a while ago, that we are essentially, now in a stage where what HR has to be prepared as HR 3.0, because we're talking of the digital age. And what does it require from an automation perspective is, of course, you need, what is expected of HR is, HR experiences. We've heard people talk about it, leaders coming in before us. And of course, there is the need for HR as a business partner. There is essentially, there is a lot of discussion on how you can build in the design thinking into the organization. Or even, how can you are on top of, information, and you can take decision based on insights is becoming definitely a key. And also, if you look at kind of KPIs which we are tracking, whether it is net promoter score or the attrition rates, etc., or even pulse surveys, I think there is significantly enhanced role which is expected from HR, and therefore that's where automation comes into play. So those are, I think, those are the key advantages which technology kind of enables the whole process. And we've seen this, when you are in a digital age, it's not just about managing with what you have in terms of, let's say, an HRMS system, but I think there is a need from an automation perspective. So if you really look at what are the challenges, what retail organizations in general and retail in more particular, from a people perspective, are facing, and we've heard this before. Let's say, there is innovation is definitely one on the cards, top of the challenges, because if you see what's happening is that the stores were closed, but the businesses weren't closed. So how do you enable an organization when business is continuing, but it's not in the same way? So whether it's moving online, or you are moving into a more, let's say, a community-based stores, pop-up stores, how do you enable the whole process? How do you get people ready for such a thing? Then, of course, trust is becoming a very key thing. Of course, trust is a two-way street between the people and the organization. So it means, getting the right kind of people, not just in terms of skill, but also the culture orientation and what their background states. More so from an organization perspective, because you see, last year we've seen some organizations had to take tough calls on compensation for that matter of fact. So organizations which were high on the trust score were able to kind of sail through far better than some other organization, because trust really played a key role. Or for that matter, we're talking of remote working or business continuity. You have some large projects which are to be delivered and people are sitting at home. How do you ensure that those projects actually get delivered by people? So what are the tools? How do you enable that whole process? I think, well, of course, it's really, it's really between, it's not just an IT thing, but, HR is expected to enable the whole process. So, that's another big challenge. There are new business models emerging. We've heard this before, that, organizations, and especially retail organizations, not happy just with customer satisfaction. I think what you're looking at is customer engagement, which means that very quickly people have to shift into new roles or new skill sets. How do you enable that whole process? Or even the fact that, there is a constant need for communication, not just from the organization, but there's a need of the organization to collect information from its people. There are containment zones which are getting created. There is a different set of rules which are being followed at the local level. The state has a different set of rules. How do you manage all that communication is really at the core of how technology should enable that. So while of course you look at, the strategic piece, the process and the culture part of it, but at the end of the day, it is also important how do you enable the three together, and technology kind of plays a big role. So of course, this was a little bit, I would say, maybe a little higher view of what the challenges are. But even if you go down to, let's say, a more operational level, and look at the challenges your people are facing, from, let's say, I'm taking one particular process and as an example, that we're talking of, let's say, employee checks, for that matter of fact. What are the challenges when you do it from a third party? What are the challenges of, getting the information? So whether, the fact that it lacks speeds is everybody knows. Not just that, there is these documents have go through an iteration. There are various versions of it. How do you control the various versions? Sometimes there is a need to retain all the versions, or a lot of times, how do you enable that process? While of course it is okay to get a background report, but how it is filed so that when you need to retrieve it, it is easily retrievable. So that, because background report is most needed when something goes wrong. So, how fast can you get access to that? That's very critical. Of course, getting the right information. And we've seen that there are huge gaps between what the employee, there is a gap between the employee joining in and the verification report coming in. So that's definitely, a challenge we all know of. And of course, while we try collecting all the information about the prospects or the new joinees, it is also critical that we take care of the employee experience, in the whole process. And finally, of course, while you may have, and I mentioned this earlier, while you may have a outsourced model where you collect information or you get a report, but there is a huge disconnect between the report coming in and the filing process. How do you file those information, and how do you kind of retrieve that information? Who gets access to what level of people's background verification is available to which part of which site, which level of HR teams? Those are critical decisions. So of course I've raised some pertinent points from one specific process, but how does technology can play a role? Let me just kind of get you into this. So typically what happens is that there is a new joinee is expected to fill up a form, maybe online, so where he fills up a form, of course, and then he has to attach a lot of documents along with it. Let's say proof of ID, proof of address, and then of course there are documents which prove that, like PAN, Aadhaar, bank account, or even mobile number, because a lot of information subsequent to joining are based on how do you reach out to employee, or even for that matter of fact, education qualification certificates, or even PF information of the past. So while he fills up in the same way he's already doing, traditionally you would send this information to a third party. Instead, what automation allows you to do is, while the employee submits the document, and of course it can fit into, it can be created a bespoke solution which kind of fits into the organization's automation business process requirements. The system, the process or the technology immediately goes into finding out, verification, gets into the verification mode in terms of checking with the respective authorities, whether it's a PAN with NSDL or Aadhaar, it will go and touch the UIDA server and get information from there and validate the documents, or bank account again, from the respective organization to check the validity of bank information or the bank account information. So is the case for, let's say, PF information. So you need validity of past PF, what kind of deductions have happened in past, etc. It's possible, and of course, some of this information or all of this information is based on the employee agreeing to provide access to that information. But of course, that's what the whole idea of background verification is. And the moment we touch the server, there is a report which gets generated, right, which gives and we are talking of, let's say, a few minutes, the report gets generated, and you have each employee's report, and which ones are verified, which ones are not verified, and so on and so forth, all of the documents. And then you can, of course, make subsequent process depending on if there is a failure, what actions have to be taken, and those subsequent steps can also be kind of automated in terms of who needs to be aware of, what actions needs to go in, who all, etc. Needs to be informed, etc. Based on the process. And then, of course, like I said, it's a scalable process. As in, today you starting with, let's say, employee onboarding, but eventually you can extend it into the onboarding process, or even go up to the, let's say, subsequent process, so that the whole technology is scalable and can go up to and tackle all the processes which we are addressing from a business process automation perspective. So this is really a view on what really is automation. Just an example of what automation can do from a process perspective. So what are the advantages from a background automation with a background check which is automated? So rather than third party, you have a choice to do it in-house. Of course, you have speed on your side. So instead of information coming to you in weeks, you get information on a tip of your finger. Within minutes, you have it. You don't have the need to share the data with the third party. So, privacy or company information is, protected. I mentioned this earlier. It is a scalable process, as in, the adjacent processes, etc. can be, the technology can be extended to, include those processes as well. More importantly, there is, it creates independence for HR as a function, which means that most changes, it's a low code or no code technology, which means that most changes, let's say changes in form or L1 kind of support, happens within HR function. You don't even need dependence on IT. They come in at a much later stage, the speed and turnaround times are, of course, very, extremely high, and which, of course, leads to the last and very important point, is that there is, of course, cost saving from that perspective. So you are at a lower cost, on scale. You also have huge advantages, right, from saving time and scalability and privacy, like I mentioned. So of course, this was one example of process automation. What are the other opportunities from that perspective? So of course, business process automation works not just it works across the organization. We work with operations team, we work with finance team. So in finance, it could be accounts payable, accounts receivable, things like those we automate. And then, of course, there is a risk and compliance side. Background verification, of course, falls in between. But since we're talking of HR today, what are the other processes? It is like employee onboarding, offboarding, and recruiting, employee evaluation, for that matter of fact. And also, I just mentioned to you employee files. How do you manage employee files in a manner which is far more, efficient in a way, in a manner of speaking. It allows access to the right level of people, and it creates traces of what was done with that document. So it's an auditable facility. So this is essentially what my song is for today. We work across organization in HR, operations, finance, and of course risk compliance as well. So we are there on the stall. I think if there are, and our teams are there, if you have any specific questions or you have any specific challenges you're facing, I will be happy to discuss those and share with you how technology can play a role. We really appreciate you dropping by and check out how technology can be a big enabler in the process of, in your new role of driving bottom lines, and automation plays a key role in that process. Thank you so much, and look forward to seeing you at our stall. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vivek Malhotra. I'm sure you'll get a lot of our delegates visiting your stall. Just to tell you that RST Solutions, of course, is offering the latest JBL headphones to one lucky winner who visits the stall. Also, we've got our winners for the earlier edition, the earlier question of the quiz, and we have correlated and found that most of the winners are people who have visited stalls and got the answers because of their interaction. So do remember to visit our partner stalls. They are open 24 hours over these 2 days. And yes, we've got a networking lounge where you can visit, meet like-minded HR professionals, peers, thought leaders, and others, and share experiences, make contacts, and of course, network. So lots happening out here. Coming up right now, we've got our next panel discussion. This will put the spotlight on performance management in the new normal. Performance management in the new normal. Please welcome our distinguished panelists. He is Group President, HR, CSR, and Corporate Communication, Landmark Group. A warm welcome to Sandeep Batra. He is Director, Human Resources, Pepe Jeans India Limited. A warm welcome to Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Chauhan. She is Head Partner, Human Resources, Tata Starbucks Private Limited. Let's welcome Navamita Banerjee. He is Head of HR, Calabar Cosmetics, 24/7 Retail and Foundation. A warm welcome to Gautam Saraf. He is Chief Human Resources Officer, Spencer's Retail Limited. A warm welcome to Sutanu Chaudhary. And moderating the session, our very, very distinguished moderator has retired as Executive Vice President at CHRO, Titan Company Limited. A warm welcome to R. Raj Narayan. Mr. Raj Narayan, over to you and the distinguished panel.
Thank you, Hugo. Hello, everyone. I think over the last 18 months, we've seen organizations going through a lot of tumult, especially retail, where our entire businesses have been challenged. We've had issues of stores being open, not open. There's questions about the third wave. There's also issues about profitability and, most importantly, performance. Performance at the organization level, at team level, as well as at individual level. To look at performance and how performance has been managed and will be managed over the next 18 months, because some of the things that have happened over the last 18 months are here to stay. And how that's going to go forward, I think we've got our panel here. And what we'll do over the next 45 minutes is 2-3 things. First, each of the panel members will share practices from their own organizations, their realities, what they've been doing over the last 18 months, and what they see going forward. And once that's done, I've got a few questions for them. I'll come in with that. We also have audience questions. We'll field those. So to kick off, and I'm going to do it in alphabetical order, so of surname. So to kick off the thing and tell us how things are at and what's been happening at Starbucks on the performance front, over to Navamita Banerjee. Navamita, look forward to hearing from you.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. And thank you so much, Raj, for opening up the session to such a relevant and engaging topic. I think before I jump into the topic, quick context. So Tata Starbucks is going to turn 9 years next month. We have 228 stores. We are spread across 21 cities as of now. And of course, we continue to keep growing. I must say that, through these years, we're an organization that believes in a performance-oriented culture. But at Starbucks, we don't make reference to performance in isolation. So whenever we say performance, we add performance with the lens of humanity. That's what we've always believed in. That's what we've led by. And, while this has been at the fore through all these years and will continue to be, I don't think there was a time as relevant as the past 18 months where this really came to the forefront. Talking about few practices here, and I'm going to maybe even step behind, before 18 months and share quick highlights on our approach to the performance framework, and then also associate or attach it with how it becomes relevant during COVID times. So let me attempt to do that. So the first part, what we say at Starbucks is it's not just about the what, it's also about the how. And there's always an equal weightage that we place on the what and on the how. So let me give you an example. So when managers here have conversations with talent in their teams, apart from initiating discussions on how their achievements have been on the KPIs and KRAs, they would also ask and seek insights on what values did the talent demonstrate to be able to achieve that. So for example, did we challenge the status quo? Did we drive innovation? Say, in a team member's family, if there was somebody impacted by COVID, did we ask the person that, okay, when this happened, did the team step up? And how did you fill in for the absence? How did you still deliver on your goals? So that how piece becomes very, very critical. And this is just not within the performance management. So even when we are hiring, we check for values. Even when we celebrate, we recognize, we don't just recognize business accomplishments. We have a strong recognition framework to recognize people who demonstrate the right values to be able to achieve the what. So to summarize, the first part is placing importance on the what and the how. Moving to the second part, it's the concept of having ongoing conversations. So I think long back, I think we moved away from the concept of having just one conversation through the year. So at a minimum, we encourage quarterly conversations. So at a minimum, 4 conversations in a year is what we expect the people managers to have with their talent. But again, during COVID times, it's become more relevant and it's an ongoing journey. Maybe why even wait for 3 months, given the ambiguity that we are surrounded with, the fear that we are surrounded and engulfed with. So it's very important for managers to ensure that one, the talent understands what the expectations are. Second, to provide that layer of reassurance that, in case we need to make amends to the goal, we are agile. And I think that agility is the key. And maybe to add another layer of reassurance and say that while we are output driven, but we value the efforts and we value the attitude that you're going to demonstrate during these times. So again, the second part is about how do you make this an ongoing concept and journey for them. And the third part, which I would say at Starbucks we have is for our corporate talent and for our store leadership, we've moved away from ratings. So, and again, this has been 4 years since we've done that. And the reasons are, so, we observed and we heard of talent moving out of a conversation and they're being overwhelmed by, I got an X rating, right? And they've not been able to focus on their development opportunities. They've not been able to focus on the learnings that they need to carry ahead to be able to improve. And so we said, why label talent? Right? Instead, why not create an environment which is rewarding and not threatening? Why not create an environment which is which inculcates a growth mindset? And why not seek insights from the talent themselves and ask them, okay, what do they think could have been alternatives that they could have explored to be able to maybe deliver better? and also leverage their strengths, of course. So yes, I think these three would be the key highlights. And to end it, I would just say that during these last 18 months, the way I see it is, there is a shift that is required. So it's not about driving performance now, it's about inspiring performance. Because people are impacted by morale. So how do we make that shift from just driving performance to be able to inspire performance through these times?
Thanks, Navabita. I think that's given us some insights. I'll come back to you. I've just noted a couple of questions. I'll come back to you on that after we've heard from the other panelists to take us to talk about how things are at and what's happening with the landmark group of companies and what's happening there on performance and performance management, especially over the last 18 months and what's in store in the coming 18 months. Sandeep, may I request you to give us your inputs, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Raj. Privilege and honor to be here at this panel today. If I first talk about the basic fundamentals of the performance management system, the transparency and fairness are the bedrock of whatever we do. And COVID-19 brought its own challenges, to employees in terms of a lot of stress and anxiety. And hence, at a prudent organizations, we immediately took stock of that and decided that we will, for the meantime, not continue the traditional methodology of, quarterly, assessments and goal setting, because what we did not have very clearly was where we really will land up in terms of our business targets for evolving, and situations are absolutely out of control. So hence, we encourage employees that in the absence of any number target, we should continue to focus on basic fundamentals, which is key efforts. I mean, what are the basic fundamentals required to do your job, and make sure that you stick to that and focus on just enhancing the experience of the customer. In what way can you make sure that you take a step ahead in terms of addition to the experience of the customer? Now, if I break it down in terms of what differently did we do in the last 18 months, actually, I will just sum it up into 4 parts. One is, of course, first, the goal setting. As I mentioned that since priorities were changing and the goals could actually be become irrelevant over a period of time, we continued, rather than focusing on KPIs, we asked employees to only focus on the KEAs. And hence, what we did was utilize the midterm, which we normally utilize for, taking stock, giving hardcore feedback on the targets. We utilize that to recognize the KEAs of the first 6 months. And we utilize that opportunity to now set up the targets for the last 6 months, which was actually by that time we knew what our budgets are like and what we got to achieve. Direction was very, very clear in front of us. So we utilized that. We changed this whole program and made mid-year as a goal setting time, and also recognizing the efforts of the KEAs. Second important thing was the ongoing development, which means that since a large portion of our people, especially the back end, which is the buyers, the designers, the planners, which are very, very key to the entire organization's success, we encourage them to really, have weekly check-ins. So we, substituted kind of the PMS into weekly check-ins. Plan for the week, take stock, and then plan for another week, because that's the visibility we had, which also in a way helped us to make sure that employees, the managers are also checking in to check the well-being of our employee, which is very, very important. All of a sudden, people are anxious, sitting at home. They don't know what is going to happen. So a constant connect with the people also helped, but that managers really looking after, becoming a lot more caring, and well-being is also looked after, and hence we are knowing what's happening in the business. Third important thing, which I think is changed the whole, was the bedrock of success to what we did, was the people manager capability. And very early we realized that there is essentials we need to put in this program, because the art of managing employees remotely is something which we need to give to managers, because this was a completely situation which people were facing for the first time in their lifetimes. How do we really become more caring? How do we make sure that we empower teams and actually turn the whole PMS into more number talking to more development? So managers were made responsible to kind of monitor at how many people in their teams have gone through programs like design thinking or innovation, which leads to really creating some kind of experiential journey for their customers. And hence, some of the ideas which were born in those times, the kiosk, putting kiosk in societies, when stores were closed, when stores were partly open, how do you do virtual shopping, were all born out of these things. When, we ask people to go through these kind of programs and ask managers to then speak to them on weekly check-ins of what is that new thing you want to do for customers. Last but not the least is about the, when the whole PMS really culminated, we really avoided, getting into a hard differentiation and really change the methodology rather than going into a classical bell curve, which we used to follow in the previous. We broadly went through people who have created who have performed well and created a difference, and the rest company was contributors, rather than classically making into 5 rating system and taking through the agony of why things didn't happen. We broadly divide the organization into 2 parts: the clear-cut people who have made a difference, and then rest of the company is a contributor, where we made sure that we are creating a differentiation at the same time not being very coming on hard on people. So this, in a way, is our journey, real journey I explained over the last, which we have lived through the last 18 months.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Can I request Sanjeev to give us his perspectives?
Yeah, thanks, Raj, for putting me this question. To be very frank and brief in this particular, what are the the best practices we had? To be very frank with you, we showed the confidence in our brand and the employees' capability. That was our the main key line. We empowered our N1 and N2 level of employees. We told them to come out with out-of-box thinking solutions, realign the business with the uncertainty with the market. So we kept on, our employees on the top priority. We always kept our employees on the top priority. There was a situation where we said that no payment will be made. Any payment will go, that is the salary of the employees. Let it be at the front end or the back end. That was our priority. So we were always empathic towards them. Right and transparent communication to all employees by the CEO from time to time. I think that was the key. We feel that we will able to survive and sail through during this pandemic. We gave all the employees job securities, paid them their salaries in time, maybe sometime before time. We focused on top cost optimization rather than cost downsizing. So we thought always afresh from the board level, across the board, and we played on our strengths, improved on our improvement areas. All employees, starting from CEO down to level of peon, worked best in their respective domains as a one team. And I'll say every organization does that. We also did it. We did the best employee engagement initiatives and well-being interventions from time to time. That is the reason that in the month of April, we got the award of Great Place to Work and the best leadership in crisis in July 21. So that speaks about the best practices which we had. Thank you, Raj.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Sutanu, I think you've also had a very different kind of 18 months. And I think there were times when while others were shut, your stores were open. You had a very, very high pressure environment to manage. How did that pan out for you from a performance perspective?
Thanks, Raj, and great to be in this panel and wonderful topic. So actually, it reminds me of a quote by Steve Jobs. Simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. And he quoted this long time back when he was designing Apple I or Apple II. So for us also, I think it is the entire model. If you look at the business viability, kind of changed immediately because there was lockdown, and suddenly how do customers come to the stores? So that was the biggest challenge for us and for our employees. Second is, of course, how long will this trend continue? We were not really knowing how long will COVID continue, etc. And I think third is, of course, our employees, our frontline employees, they had rest and been coming to the stores. Initially, of course, it was difficult, but then we arranged transport, etc. And then for our home offices, who were all remote working across 6-7 locations, including corporate. So I think this was the business context in which we operated, and So I think, one of the things which Navamit also mentioned is agility. I think in the entire context, the whole focus was how do we become an agile, because we were used to customers coming to the stores, and the online or home delivery was a very like 5% of our business. And suddenly, when this thing changed, we had to overnight kind of put a telephone, where the customers come and actually order. So we have to train our employees, in 7-8 days, how do they not only get the order but process it and then delivery. We are not in that business per se. So I think agility was absolutely critical. So in the last 15 to 18 months, I think 3 things is what we focused in terms of performance management in the new normal. Of course, the first important thing was connecting with employees. I think that was so having a personalized approach to, so all our leaders basically ensured that we are connected with employees. So the leadership team, through town halls we call as fortnightly sales meets, we reached out to our employees, and then at the operations, which is our region operations managers and the store managers, we made sure that please be connected with the employees, and for safety and other things. So I think that's what we first ensured, as a people approach to the entire, because performance management, of course, can wait. As Sandeep had mentioned, we also, did not really set, because we were in the first 3-4 months from say April to August, you were saying, okay, how the business model was, where the customers slowly started coming. We had to reach to the customers because we are in the essential services to, ensure that we retain our customers and be loyal to them, etc. and stuff like that. So I think, so that was something which we first ensured that our management or our leadership connected with the employees, number one. Then second is not the traditional way of, setting KRA, etc. We said, let us wait. And we said, let's focus on the customer. And whatever efforts you do to, ensure that we in this entire supply chain, we, kind of service the customer. So I think that was some big thing we put actually into the KRA of, especially in the front line, and of course even in our home office, like our category teams or our supply chain teams, etc. Because we felt that if we rally around the customer and the thinking starts, the agility and all will come in. And the third thing was processes, because obviously the same processes will not work. So for example, one thing we put across, for example, all senior managers and above is, how did we depend on each other cross-functionally? And we actually put a kind of weightage on our saying, how did we manage to service each other internally so that we could service the customer? So one was people, connectivity. Second was customer. And third was, the process defining it in the right way, etc. So I think these 3 things work for us. And, during the last year also, we felt that, because we were adopting digital, especially online, etc., is how do we upskill in digital, so fortunately, the marketing head of us, he's from that background, and we designed a course actually. And he said that for all relevant people, who are in the forefront for digital, it is a course over 1.5 months, like Coursera kind, so he took 1-hour classes, and in fact, a lot of store managers joined, and we were very happy on that. So I think that's something which, we adopted. I think the targets was not really the focus for in the new normal. For us, I think putting this context of people, customer, and process was important, in which we gave the weightage and therefore, recognize the performers through the performance bonus, etc. Last year, of course, we didn't give any increments, but that's where we made the distinction. And the last thing which we focused on is go beyond your roles and responsibilities. Make it slightly fluid. So especially in the home offices, we said, okay, hey, you are supply chain, but you are good in category. So why don't you, come? And so we did a lot of internal movements of roles and responsibilities, and actually people liked, saying, yeah, I have got a more responsibility. So through that, I think we got some traction, and I think it's a good where we built internally careers as well. So I think in a nutshell, this is what happened at Spencer's. I think Raj, you're on mute.
Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yeah. Sorry about that. Gautam, I mean, at 24/7, you must have done things very differently too over the last, 18 months. We'd love to hear from you on what are the things you've done specifically in the area of performance management to
thank you, Raj, and I think
organization level to the
this.
individual level. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. First of all, being privileged to be part of this group, and yeah. So I was managing a couple of organizations here. One is 24/7 Retail, which is a convenience store in India, which only operates in 24 hours in India today. So we primarily spread out in Delhi, NCR, and Punjab tri-cities. And the other piece which I'm managing is Kalaba Cosmetics, third largest cosmetic company in India, operates in all the trade channel formats. Okay. When I look at both the organization, they both had a very absolutely different or contrast effect on the business, right? So 124/7 business, which was absolutely on the essential side of a business, they had a huge drive by a consumer where they were reaching out to us, asking for their help and to supply all the essential goods to us. Wherein the Kalaba Cosmetics being the very sort of a luxury or a sort of a lifestyle kind of product. So obviously you didn't have any customers looking out for a cosmetic range of a product. So we had absolutely different set of a challenge in both the business. But from so for us, COVID definitely has put everyone at shock. Yeah. So it was very important that we continue to remain empathy. Okay. So that was the first stance which we took, that across the levels, how can we bring empathy within the leadership team and across the level, that there is enough support levels for each and every member who are there in the organization, barring everyone. Okay. And right start from the people who are work on the shop floors and people who are in the corporate. How can we create enough support levels in terms of security, in terms of safety, health safety, everything, so that they feel confident and they continue to remain engaged and doesn't have to focus more on the anxiety which was created because of the pandemic. So that was first core area which we were actually focusing upon. Obviously, talking about setting up the goal forms during the period, and since it was initial of the financial year and the goal setting process was not making sense. What we all decided that let's continue to remain agile. Okay, and as rightly everyone's saying here, that's what our endeavor was also. So rather than talking about annual goal sheet or a 6 months goal sheet, okay, we started setting up a monthly goal targets for each and every individuals, okay, and each and every function, so that whatever way we can start resume our business, or however we can start initiate certain steps in terms of sort of starting the process, okay, of resuming our business in terms of opening our stores, reaching out to the customers. That was the biggest thought around, and that's how we slowly each and with every fortnightly reviews, we ensured that we continue to set up a new benchmark or continue to set up a new goal. That's how we kept at our goal set. However, there were certain key priorities which we have defined in the first 2 months of it, whether it's terms of the technology, the innovation, supply chain, and what are the other critical. So give you one example, like Kalaba Cosmetic was primarily very much focused towards the cosmetic range, but we also knew that this is not going to be the scenario for the next 1 year. So how can we reach out to the consumer? So we reached out to our product development team and said that, can we introduce our product essential range of products? Okay, let's say that's skincare, more of a sanitizer range of products. And that's what happened. Okay, so a lot of innovation which happened there, a lot of innovation which happened at the 24/7 in a similar front. So for us, the focus was more towards the empathy, focus was
I think we've lost you. Have we lost Gautam?
I hope not.
I think I've got dropped out.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So I don't know where I got dropped out. So, but the point was what I was making, that the leadership team was very clear that we're not gonna focus more on the outcome. The focus would be more on the effort. Okay, what the person, how and what they are doing, rather than what does they have achieved. Okay, because we knew that the situation is it is very difficult to predict. Okay, and so let's recognize people who are making a lot of effort and what direction they are doing it, what is their attitude towards it. And if we continue to reward and recognize those set of people, and that is what the culture of rewarding effort is what we've been trying to doing that these period.
Thanks, Gautam. Appreciate that. So what we've heard from all of you is, on the one hand, you've re-looked at the way targets are being set. You've looked at, instead of annual conversations with people, you've had starting from weekly check-ins in a couple of organizations to monthly goal setting, quarterly conversations. So I think we've heard all of that. And I think sounds familiar to me too, because that's what we did at Titan as well. We brought the timing down, right? Also, I think there's a much greater focus on communication across in all the organizations that all of you are coming from. And I think greater focus on ensuring there's security, there's stability, and rewards are focused on not just the outcome, but effort, right? And I heard that from three of you on rewards being focused on efforts. Now, all of this kind of seems to indicate that the way we were looking at performance management, perhaps in a linear manner, is not going to work going forward. And a lot of these changes that you've talked about, I think the way you've said it, it doesn't seem to be something which is temporary or quick fix. It's there to stay, right? And but first, can I come to Sanjeev and ask him, am I right in that presumption? Is it that linear ways of looking at performance will not go? So at a very uber level, if you look at performance management, what do you think organizations ought to be doing differently, if the linear way doesn't work?
Thanks, Raj, for putting this question, which I feel it is close to my, the pandemic corporate experience. See, honestly saying that the learning, de-learning, relearning, what we call in this particular pandemic condition, it was terrific for me in my experience of my career. I usually say to my business leaders that uncertainty is only certainty, and living into insecurity is only security in this pandemic. So we at Pepe, what we did is that we took this uncertainty as a challenge in place of as a threat. So that is the reason that we were able to do a turnaround. Now, coming to the question to what Raj has put to me, I would like to say again, see, the great danger to act in the time of turbulence is not the turbulence, but to act with the yesterday's logic. This is what the saying is. But in this pandemic, my experience has been contrary to this. That when during the turbulence, people stick to the basic logics, but I suggest that we went contrary to this. Now, let us retrospect this. In the first week, most of the corporate, focus was on the firefighting, on limiting the business impact and securing the immediate future. When the second wave came in, the focus was shifted to employee welfare, productivity, and employee engagement. Now, in the expected third wave of the focus, in my opinion, it will be on driving the performance against the adverse business conditions with the right talent pool, because all of us know that now we are always fine-tuned ourselves how to survive in this pandemic. So organizations which will redefine their talent strategies to keep in pace with the warlike situation pandemic will only survive in third wave. That is what I personally think. Now, in this pandemic area, talking on to the question what Raj put to me, I will try to, share my experience. What we found that the KRA KPIs and the annual targets, which we have set for the employees for the year 2021, went for a roller coaster ride due to the business uncertainty. There was a business uncertainty. So that was the reason that the KRAs and KPIs got redefined. The top line targets had nosedive, and maintaining the positive EBITDA in the high overhead costing and the manpower cost was always challenging for all of us. Hence, at the end of the 2021, when I was discussing with CEO and we were on the same page, that we decided to explore the conventional PF methodology against the various modern PS tools which are used by all of us in the normal times. So what we did is we devised a simple PMS form in a simple Excel template with a 3-tier appraisal rating. So we asked the employee to mention their top 5 smart KPIs, that is key performing areas, with weightage, which they have domesticated during this pandemic, other than their routine operational functions. So it can be like out-of-box thinking, newer way of doing any initiative, cost optimization, operational process excellence, automation, or process outsourcing with some supporting data and presentation. The weightage against the smart KPIs were decided by the appraiser and the reviewer based on the relevance and the impact of the KPI on the business. So believe me, this tailor-made PMS review, which we really did, worked well. And again, for the coming this financial year or performance year 21-22, we have again set the KRA KPIs, and we'll be doing with the modern or a linear PMS tools. Right. Now, what I mean to say here is that basically sometimes you have to retune yourself to ensure that basically the right process of the PMS is being done. Now, let me tell you very briefly about the on India survey 2021. It says that 12% organizations have used non-traditional performance measuring methods. So that speaks what I say. Moreover, when you have 20% overall attrition rate, where 15% is voluntary attrition, why? Because it is due to the key talent moving out of basically the organizations, and the retail industry paying somewhere of the increment payout ranging from 5 to 8%. So my interesting observation during this whole PMS process was that employees in the top 2 grades, that is the exceeds expectation and highly met expectation, has been 38%. That means 5% more than the previous year. Why? Because due to back of the improved business performance and need to retain the key talent, the organization might have put these people into those particular grades. Whereas the met expectation rating has increased to 40 to 50%. Maybe due to the insecurity among the people, the underperformers started performing. That can be one of the reasons. And the last 2 grades, when we talk about met some expectation or did not meet expectation, we have found very less people in that particular category. So that means that the bell curve again has gone for toss. So what I mean to conclude here, that the traditional best way of doing it sometime during this uncertainty. I will conclude by saying that when we play a cricket and we find that the pitch is unfavorable and unpredictable, the best batsman like Sachin Tendulkar also, he starts sticking to the basics of the batting. In the same way, in the uncertain pandemic, the organization which do sometimes go to the conventional PF method to counter this uncertainty. That is how I will like to conclude, Raj.
Thank you, Sanjeev. I'm going to, one part of what you've talked about is on the first element of performance management, which is setting goals, right? I'd like, if Sutanu, if you can throw some light on that, because the uncertainty that is there, and I think this uncertainty is there for a little longer. It's very difficult to, and I think we've talked, a lot of us have mentioned it, but getting very, very difficult to actually do annual target setting. Yeah, some organizations have gone the weekly route, some have gone the monthly route. From your perspective, going forward, right, especially from a goal setting and setting expectations perspective, what should organizations be looking at, right? Because setting weekly goals or monthly goals or quarterly goals is a huge change, especially in retail. Yeah, though at a retail level, a lot of it works on a daily basis. Okay, so should this whole thing change from having long-term targets, long-term being defined by a year now, or even 3 years, to bringing it down to a very different paradigm, and looking at things, reviewing it much shorter timeframes. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, Raj. I think it is hourly business, for us, and now players like Swiggy or Grofers, they're talking about 15 minutes, 30 minutes delivery. So, so obviously you can't do that kind of appraisals. But what we had done, and specifically from last year, because the first 6 months of last year, April to September, was a lot of uncertainty and targets. Obviously, we had the annual targets and all budgets were done, but everything went for a toss. So, specifically for my, I have about 4,000 frontline employees in our 160 stores, including the distribution centers in the country. So, especially for the store, employees, which is the store manager and below, we did have a very manual kind of, a lot of papers and stuff was there, and which itself was very cumbersome to do any appraisal. So, so after I came in, and then we kind of set up a project saying, how do I first automate this? So we spoke to 2-3 vendors, and finally we, in September last year, we concluded on a vendor who, is in this space of, especially they do it for retail and, QSR companies, where we moved to a monthly kind of, though the targets were there for the full year. So for all our store employees, we call it as a performance coaching journey, PCJ, just to kind of, nomenclature it. So we defined the entire journey of, say, a team, a sales associate, then a team sales leader, then a department manager, and a store manager, and an area manager, who is essentially, servicing and servicing the customers. So what we defined was very simple. So for a sales associate, it was very simple about sales and service. And then, we defined what the key 3-4 things these positions do to add value in the organization, and therefore do the sales and service to the customer. So we defined that. And then, of course, we put a couple of soft skills as well, which is, so one is agility, which is incidentally one of our values, group values of Sanjeev RPSG group as well. And the second is customer service. These are customer first, actually, we call it. So we defined these two in the systems, and this became, kind of easier for the sales associate to be, appraised by the department manager or the store manager. And then we link this to their development, because so we have a my growth kind of, program where a sales associate then moves in the value chain. So what happened was the automation helped to systemize this. Secondly, of course, we did a lot of workshops digitally, and of course, my regional HRs went to and communicated this, because it was very important to do that. And third is, why are we doing so that, it kind of, the net ROI is, sales, building a sales organization and better customer service. So that's how we have, so over the last, now we have adopted this from October, and 6 months, there were a lot of some hiccups were there. But now I think this year, when we are doing from April onwards, it has kind of now set in as a culture in the organization. So the monthly thing works. I think the feedback mechanism, the development, and then the growth, all three are tied up into this, entire journey. So though it's an annual goal, but say, for example, sales or EBITDA, etc. But the focus has shifted completely to monthly. And of course, the hand-holding is done by HR with operations to ensure that, it is fair and, in the, now that is for the store and the distribution center operations. For the
Thank you, Sutano. I think I'll, in the interest of time, I'm going to move on from there.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. Gautam, I have a question for you. See, while expectations are changing and there's a lot more technology coming in, the whole, even in the retail business, the thing is not only about stores, but it's also about online, and, expectations from customers are also shifting. From an employee's perspective, from a performance point of view, what does an employee need to, how does an employee actually perform? What does an employee need to keep in mind to give her or his best in this atmosphere of uncertainty? Yeah. What is your view? I mean, are there some things that employees can keep as their, North Star, so to speak, or points which they can keep in mind to ensure that whatever the environment, they still can do their best and work at peak performance. Because uncertainty can actually take people the other way, So what are your thoughts?
Well, I think a very interesting question, Raj, and I'm sure there would not be, even not my answer would be right in this context, but I'll just make an attempt here. See, I personally feel that in this, when I'm not sure what I'm really expected, but I'm just expecting a great performance from my employee. Okay, so what the best in a manager or an organization can do is to continue have the communication with an employee, understand what is their ground realities or what is their challenges which they are facing overcome. Okay, and continue to coach and guide that employee. Okay, is the person or employee is taking the best decision basis on the situation what he is or she is facing. Okay, and if we continue to realize over the interaction, over the period of whatever circumstances what an employee is facing, and basis on that whatever call or he or she has taken, okay, which is always most in times is always correct, it is more sound, it is most logical in terms of an interest towards the organization and towards benefiting the customer, I think you should give that credit to that employee. Okay, and I think and that's where it is becoming very, very critical for us, is that when situation is ambiguous, okay, when we are not sure what, there is no there is no consistent process or there is no defined process to actually to be follow or address that situation, I think trust your employees thoroughly. Okay, ensure that you are building confidence, ensure that there is enough communication which is happening with an employee so that you are preview to those situations and you can actually guide or mentor him in terms of so that he can come up with the best of the solution. Okay, and let him lead the front. Okay, what we have also realized that during the panic situation, most of the leaders have taken their situations, all of them in their hand. Whether I think what we have worked around is, and the best has worked around is that whenever you empower your team around and let them handle the crisis well, okay, with the continuous support and the confidence when you give it to them, they handle it much better. Okay, and think the more it goes down the line, the better the execution happens. I think that would be my sum up. Okay, right now, and in the interest of time, would not take it further. But
Thanks.
yes, so
Thanks,
that's how.
thanks, Gautam.
Thank you.
While we've seen organization level goal setting on the one hand and the employee's perspective into performance, from a manager's point of view, right? How does a manager, especially now while there's work from anywhere in many parts of our organization, from a manager's point of view, with uncertainty on the one hand and work from anywhere on the other, how does a manager witness performance, and how can a manager measure performance better and give feedback, these three elements, which are essential parts of performance management, how can a manager excel in those three so that an employee knows what needs to be done, and from his perspective, he also knows whether his goals are being met or not, the manager's perspective, I mean. And for an organization, it is, done well. So what are your thoughts, Sandeep?
Yeah, so before I come on to the manager, I think there is one important, aspect I would like to cover. As since we are coming out of now, the conventional COVID-19 lockdown stage, and we are just introspecting in terms of what is the best model. I think there is a process we all need to go through, is to measure the job fit, role fit, and the people fit. Who are the people who, what workforce should ideally be working from home? And why I'm bringing this up, because this leads to kind of a successful performance management deployment. Which are the roles really which do need a face-to-face interaction versus the others? Which are the roles which really can be safely, securely done from home and really can be monitored well? And third really is about that the person fit, that is the person really self-motivated, because we've seen a lot, half of the organization sits isolation because they have not been touched about. So these three filters are a prerequisite really to make sure the right kind of people or the right functions or the right jobs are allowed to work at home. Now comes to the three important stakeholders in terms of the performance management itself. One is of course the employee itself, and what we are likely to see more of in the remote working environment is a more empowerment to employees, and more autonomy to employees. I will call it out still that, it has to be balanced. Sometimes a lot of autonomy also can lead to a lot of isolation, because if manager just leaves it to employees, and then they're obviously on their own. So there is a flip side to that as well. But if you really talk about managers, then I think the expectations really are about managers need to have get into habit of cultivating relationships. And what I mean by this is more frequent communication, more inclusive, and more talking about collaboration is really the key coming forth. Second aspect is really about focusing on outcomes. They have to make sure that employees have clear individual targets which are aligned to team goals as well as organizations goals. Very, very importantly, how my job sitting at home is still contributing to the larger organization is the second piece. Third is really about frequently addressing employees' feedback. And very important aspect where managers need to now start evolving is the coaching piece as well. How do you make sure that you are getting into more of a coaching mode rather than more of a telling mode is going to be the key here, because there is an element of care which will always exist when you are addressing remote population. And if I'm really, and one more aspect to that is really about how will a manager really make sure that people who are working for home, he's actually a good advocate for them and celebrate their performance with the rest of the company as well, is going to become an important aspect. And if we move beyond that, I think I call out two important cultural aspects which I think we will have to take care of in specifically remote working organizations. One is very, very clearly, how can the HR teams will enable the leaders to shift from a typical hierarchical top-driven style to one where leadership is shared in teams, very, very clearly. And second really is, how do we really continue to scan the environment and make sure that the barriers between teams and the organization are really blurred, and there is a lot of overlap on that. So that's what I have to say in this context.
Thanks, Sandeep. Appreciate that. There's one other element of this whole process of performance management which I think is undergoing a lot of change. We've touched upon it, but I think we need to know a little more, is this whole area of rewarded recognition. And I think one thing we've heard right at the beginning is that it's not only output, but also effort that is important, right? Looking at recognition and reward, and how can organizations do better? And especially with all this uncertainty, make sure that recognition is done right way and rewarding the right effort, the right performance, and the right output. Nabomita, can I request you to throw some light on that?
Sure, Raj. I think, gone are those days when reward just meant monetary reward. And I can tell you that in a year where we didn't do increases, we recorded the highest partner experience score over 8 years. So there had to be something different, and recognition is that one key element that is often missed out. So during these times, and when the times are tough, how do you recognize behaviors that are critical to the business? So that business mindset has to be there. So let me share an example, right? So few behaviors, for example, finding new ways to grow the business or challenging the status quo became important. How do you reach out to customers instead of just embracing them when they reach out to you became important. So what we did was we moved away from the traditional recognition framework, and through our Coffee Connects, which is a weekly ritual here where all our employees connect virtually. And we usually use the platform to share leadership decisions, answer questions from our partners. So it's very open. We drive transparency and accountability through that. So we leverage that platform to share success stories. So for example, 1 month, we celebrated stories where people were finding new ways to grow their business. So for example, we reached out with store kiosks at residential areas. So people who thought of that, people who proactively executed that were recognized. The next month we celebrated again, how did you reach your customers? So, people were doing coffee at home brewing workshops with corporates. So again, there was a recognition around that. So one is, which are the behaviors that the organization wants to drive, which is important for them. And second is, how do you then ensure that those behaviors get recognized becomes important. and how do you make that visible so that you're able to inspire becomes important, I think. So yeah, I would say these few things.
Thank you very much, Navamita. I think we've run totally out of time. I've been getting many messages saying, hey, you're running past. So I'm going to not have the time to take on any audience questions. But I think we've had a fairly robust discussion over the last 45 minutes. Thank you very much to all the panelists. I think we've seen that starting from goal setting, which is undergoing a change, some organizations have annual goal setting, but have brought it down to weekly check-ins, to monthly, to quarterly, goals and reviews and discussions. I think the way managers are monitoring performance has changed. There's a lot more use of technology. Communication has gone up tremendously, right? And making sure that people have understood what is expected out of them. I think there's a greater effort from both HR and managers to ensure that happens. I think last but not the least, I think the employee needs to be far more clued on in this area, the period of uncertainty. I think using both technology and Connect on the one hand, and making sure that their capabilities are upgraded constantly. And I think organizations are doing a lot to ensure that there is far more work going on capability upgradation, and recognition becoming very much more important. Reward is important, sure, but recognition has come to the forefront. And I think that's playing a big role as well in encouraging people to perform better. Thank you very much, all of you. Navamita, Sandeep, Sanjeev, Sutanu, and Gautam. And thank you, RAI, for this opportunity to talk about this very critical topic of performance. Really enjoyed this discussion, working towards it earlier and having the discussion right now. And now back to you, to the host, to take it to the next session. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Lovely meeting you, and we'll stay in touch.
For beautifully chairing the session. And thank you to Mr. Sandeep Batra, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Chauhan, Ms. Navamita Banerjee, Mr. Gautam Saraf, and Mr. Sutanu Chaudhary. Thank you so much. It was a very engaging session. Just a reminder, we have a networking lounge, and you're all urged to visit the networking lounge, meet your fellow delegates, like-minded people, your peers, your colleagues, and of course, make new contacts and network. Also remind you to visit our partner stalls, because they've got the latest products and services in HR and retail. So do not miss this chance to get all these wonderful services and technologies on one digital platform. We will be announcing the winners of the quiz towards the end of the day, but right now we've got a session, a small presentation by Susanna Jacob. She's co-founder Frontline Microgenesis Learning, and this will be putting the spotlight on digitizing performance of store team members. Let's welcome co-founder Frontline, Susanna Jacob. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me just share my screen. Hugo, can you confirm if you can see my screen, please?
Yes, we can see your screen and we can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening, everyone. My name is Susanna, and I would like to thank RAI for this opportunity to speak to all of you this evening. I am the co-founder of Microgenesis Learning, and we've come up with a product called Frontline that I'd like to talk to you about. So Frontline is a one-stop performance management solution that is specifically designed for the retail team members. And we've been able and privileged to work with about 3 brand groups that targets in total about 75,000 end users, where we kind of give them access to 5 different modules on our platform. And these modules range from learning, training, career progression or certain certifications, weekly reviews, rewards and recognition, and also sales target management. So for this session, I thought it would be useful if I could share about 3 practical considerations for going digital with performance management that we have learned and gained insights as we've implemented Frontline in various organizations, in hopes that it will be useful to you also as you start to think about this. So initially, when we started integrating some of the PMS processes into our platform, we realized that the same process, now when done on our digital platform, started to yield different results. And this was happening for a number of reasons. And I'd like to run you through a few of them. Firstly, we started to notice that because of our platform, we were trying to reduce human bias when managers were doing evaluations of the store team members. And we did this by ensuring that the accountability was on them and ensuring that the entire process was very transparent for the store team member also. So they knew that this is the various factors on which they were being evaluated. Second thing that we noticed is that we were able to ensure that the activities that were time bound were being completed at the allocated time, so that the organization as a whole had access to the required data either on a weekly basis, a monthly basis, or even a daily basis wherever required. And something that we are currently doing that was also echoed in the previous panel discussion was that we're no longer looking at performance management or an employee's performance as one metric or being defined by one metric. Instead, we're looking at it as a triangulation of various sources of data. So we're looking at the learners' performance in the training programs, how they did on their sales targets, how were they in store visits and manager feedback, coaching sessions, and so on. So we're trying to see if we can triangulate data from all of these various sources so that we can give organizations a more holistic understanding of how the retail team members are doing so that they're equipped with enough information to make more accurate business decisions. So while we were doing this, we also understood that all of these changes were happening to the data at a very organization level. And we still had to ensure that the frontline team members were being made aware of these changes, because otherwise we might have them being very unhappy with the digital platform. So what we could do to ensure that all the team members, specifically the frontline team members, are aware of this digital initiative, we started to keep all the stakeholders informed. So we wanted to ensure that everyone from the store team member to the area managers, the RTMs, everybody knew that because of the digital platform that was going live, there were going to be some changes, and we wanted to also give them a plan of action or steps to do when their team members came to them for requests. So for instance, if an area manager suddenly realized that their compliance scores or percentages were off from the previous months, they were going to be in a very uncomfortable situation because they know they're going to be asked for this by their senior management. But since they've already received prior communication on this, they felt in control, even though the situation was very new to them. And thereby they were able to convince their own team members that the platform was going to be easy to use and implement. And this just ensured that our implementation also went on smoothly. Something else that we can do and that we try to do when implementing PMS processes is that we want to plan a specific pilot. And when I talk about a pilot here, I'm not referring to the generic UATs that we do, ideally where we're trying to see if the users are able to log into the platform and do a couple of actions. Here, I'm talking about a pilot that is specifically focused on a PMS process on the digital platform. Because it is through this we'll be able to understand how the various stakeholders in that process interact with the platform and what is going to be the end result. Is it going to be too long for the team members to complete? Is the time not enough? Do the team members think there is a bias that's inbuilt into the current process when it goes digital? So all of these suggestions and recommendations can be learned, and eventually we can evaluate to see if the process actually still meets the required result that it was initially designed for. So it is through these small initiatives that are also quite common that we are trying to ensure that the same PMS process when on the digital tool can yield new results and insights, which can essentially help organizations also make more data-driven business decisions. Secondly, some thought that carries on from the first point is when an organization has access to a lot of information and accurate information, it starts becoming easy to distinguish between the high performing team members and those that need a little help in the organization. So if you have team members who find it difficult to, let's say, clear a certification, or they're unable to meet their targets or their goals that is set by the managers, do they know that they have a support system in place that can help them immediately and at the right time, rather than waiting for another team member to assign them those learnings and those trainings to help them out? Can we help the team member right after their interaction with their manager, so that they can quickly take action and understand and say, yes, this is where I made a mistake, and maybe if I change this, I can do better. Similarly, for those that are high performing in the organization, do they know that they have a resource or a library that is available that they can engage and interact with and grow themselves individually, so that they'll be able to groom themselves to take on more responsibilities in the organization? And as frontline, these are the insights that we've learned, and we're trying to incorporate it into our system so that we are able to provide all learners the right help at the right time, so that we can help them grow and take control of their growth in the organization. And the third thing I'd like to talk to you about is that digital transformation is a journey, and it's not a single step. It's the various decisions that an organization takes towards leveraging the technological capabilities of a platform, instead of just moving something from offline to an online process. And of course, the primary step in this journey is to first find a platform, move the entire process of whatever PMS systems that we have to that online platform. But what does digital transformation for a PMS system look like? From our experience, we've understood that it's a good idea to start with breaking down the components of the PMS system and seeing how we can enhance those components by leveraging technology. So maybe I'd like to give an example with learning, because we believe that's quite an important part of a PMS system, because that's how learners are able to meet, let's say, the standards that are set by the organization. So when it comes to learning, just going digital would mean taking the current resources and content that is available and moving it online. Now, this does have its benefits, because by doing this, it's quite easy to disperse a lot of information to a wide audience, especially when the information needs to be reviewed in a short period of time. This method is quite useful. But it does have its drawbacks, and that's not unique only to the retail industry. We've seen it happen in the education sector as well, where in the recent past, because of the pandemic, schools moved all their resources online. And then suddenly there was a sharp decrease in learning outcome. And they realized that this happens because the resources that were initially designed for classroom intervention could not achieve the same outcomes in an online environment. So similarly, what can we do to enhance the learning component of the PMS system? Something we'd like to suggest is by leveraging the power of multimodal resources. How can we use the technology capability where learners are able to interact with the platform, give suggestions, interact with their peers, ask a question? How can they be active learners of the information and have a good active learning experience, rather than just consuming passive content? Similarly, if we look at the sales targets, how can we leverage the fact that there is the information flows quite quickly between technology systems? How can we leverage the data that is generated and quickly motivate the store team members to go above and beyond their sales targets? It is by leveraging these technological possibilities that we'll be able to achieve the digital transformation of the PMS system and ultimately help organizations kind of reach and improve good business performance. So it is with that I'd like to leave you with the 3 practical considerations that we've learned and are actively looking at to improve our platform also to stay relevant. I'd also like to invite you to connect with me on LinkedIn by scanning the QR code. If you have a comment or a question, if you'd like to connect with me, please feel free to do so, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. Once again, this is Susanna, and this is Frontline. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Susanna, for sharing your insights on digitizing performance of store team members. Thank you so much. We'd like to thank our partners and associates, Platinum Partner Reliance Retail, Skill Advocacy Partner Rashi, that's Retailers Association, Skill Council of India, E-Learning Partner Tessar Act, Academic Partner BIMTech Birla Institute, Regulatory Compliance Partner Aparajita Conclave, Automation Partner RST Solutions, Associate Partner Frontline, Exhibiting Partners Great HR Office Kit Talbrum and Winzard, Gifting Partner Kaya Clinic, Mumbai Duty Free and Coco Cart, Business Networking Partner RAI Global Linker, Charity Partner Train, Magazine Partner Storai. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to visit our networking lounge where you can network with your colleagues, peers, make contacts, and of course, advance your contacts in HR. We'd like to thank our speakers. All our speakers, of course, will be getting e-vouchers from Mumbai Duty Free and Coco Cart. Please do visit our partner stalls, which are open 24 hours over these 2 days, and get a chance to interact with them, learn of the latest technologies and services in HR and retail. And of course, if you're visiting RST Solutions, you could stand a chance of winning the latest JBL headphones from RST for one lucky winner. Coming up right now is something you've all been eagerly looking forward to, a special address from our guest of honor, Dr. Harish Shetty. Our guest of honor, Dr. Harish Shetty, is a psychiatrist with extensive experience in the field of mental health, especially in connection with disasters. He has worked at Latur in 1992 and 1993 for a year, at Kandla after the cyclone for a year, evaluated the psychosocial processes at Jabalpur and Gujarat after the earthquake, and this for a human rights group, and has also worked at Gujarat after the last riots for 6 months. This was on the invitation of Amritaben Patel, the then head of NDDB, National Dairy Development Board. Dr. Shetty has worked extensively with the youth and works with an education institution every week. He has also provided mental health intervention to seafarers after the release from the clutches of Somalian sea pirates. He is a governing body member of the NTA and appointed by the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, to address us on the very crucial aspect of emotions and efficiency, mental health at the workplace, a warm welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. Harish Shetty.
Namaskar, everybody, and thank you for inviting me. I heard so many erudite speakers speaking on how to manage the employee. I like that sentence, trust the employee completely, and that I think is one of the most important principles in mental health. Well, the new normal is a phenomenon which happens every day. It's not something which actually is only post disaster, but it's happening every day. So HR representatives, HR managers actually fear extinguishers. In fact, wiring the person when he leaves home in the pandemic is one of the most important activities, because when we drive a car, it's spontaneous after you have driven the car for more than, say, a few years. And what is very important also is to understand that when you are supposed to be cautious, this thing is not wired at all inside your mind. And so cognitive wiring, as you leave the house, I will follow all protocols, I'll maintain my distance. Even in a trance state, in a very intense discussion with anybody, I'll maintain distance. And if I maintain distance, I'll be all right. I have been vaccinated twice and I'll be safe. And this is one of the most important cognitive self-talk which HR managers should teach all their employees. Now you'll find different types of employees. So it's important to understand that employees may not be the same. So ultimately it was fear of the virus, fear of the future, fear of death. I saw a lot of speakers really addressing uncertainty in a very interesting manner. I loved it. I love it. In fact, I still remember after my lectures for various audiences, Corona warriors, frontline staff, patients, doctors, one thing which really hit me hard, And I learned from others how people manage uncertainty as of now. And one thing which hit me hard was the ward boys saying, half of them said they have to work because their husbands are drunkards, but other half said, I find a meaning in life. Mala vatte ki ha punya hi cha kaam hai. This is something which is really really honorable. And this meaning in life is one of the most important antidotes for in the epidemic. And when we say that, you'll ask me, what is the use for employees? They are not corona warriors. Yes, but each one of us is a corona warrior. In fact, we are all writing history. And each one of you who has coped with this for the last 2 years through local innovations inside the house, with your children, will be part of institutional memory. You would share that with your grandkids. Your kids will share that with their grandkids. In 2019 to 21, we did this in our family. We did this. We ate less. We took care of each other. We shared our activities. And this intangible meaning in life is something we all need to pursue. That kills uncertainty. The third thing which I learned from a doctor, a surgeon who was doing his MS, but has never entered the operation theater for 2 years. And the next year he had to give his exams. And he's a surgeon. And I asked him, what makes you work continuous in the COVID ward, though it will not give you any understanding in surgery? He said, so we are at a pause mode. Let me postpone my dream. Let me protect my dream. Let me understand what's happening, and I will bounce back after some time. No worry at all. I'll do what I'm supposed to do, maybe after some time, but at this point of time in history, I would like to do what I think is the best in my understanding for the community, for the society. So again here, he said, dreams have to be protected. We are in a pause mode. We are hiding from the virus, but not hiding from life. And that is something which really hit me hard. A 12th standard student who entered engineering told me that his father lost his job. And his father, as a nice father, came and shared this in the meeting, in the family. He did not come and throw his weight or did not show anger. He was not explosive. He didn't blame anybody. He said, family, I've lost my job. Let's sit down together and find ways of handling it. And this boy said, I will postpone my 2 semesters, but I'll give tuitions and earn something for the family. This is what happens. Never waste a crisis, said the great Winston Churchill. So uncertainty can be actually worked through different motivations which arise because of culture, because of family, because of race, because of nature, because of education, so many other things. So there's a plethora of interventions against uncertainty. One intervention may not work. One thing I liked about the earlier speakers was keep yourself engaged. And that is one of the most important ways of beating fear and beating uncertainty. Now, this is a poster you should put in your offices because it's so difficult to share feelings, especially men, not women. Very difficult. This is a poster you need to really keep it in your office, and this poster is self-explanatory. Well, one important understanding for all of you, the difference between this pandemic and other disasters are, well, in every disaster where I've worked, people said it's all about God. Sab kuch upar wale ke haath mein. And this is not about God. When people from science told priests, sadhus, mullahs, and maulavis, they closed down all their religious structures. This is a different disaster. In an earthquake, the impact phase is for a few minutes. In a cyclone, maybe a few hours, few days. In a flood, again, few days. The impact phase decides the psychological consequences in a disaster. There could be a pre-impact phase, the impact phase, immediate post-impact phase, and late post-impact phase. This impact phase is going on for the last 20 months, almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. So longer the impact phase, higher will be the consequences. Huge numbers. When the numbers are huge, empathy goes down because everybody is troubled. There's nobody in India who has not lost one person, either a family or a friend or an acquaintance. Isolation, you can't take care of your loved ones. You can't be in the hospital. You can't escort him to the loo. You can't feed her. You can't kiss her. You can't hold her. So you are isolated away from your loved ones. And the impact phase is very long. Apart from being isolated under the long impact phase, it's invisible virus. So the fear again is more. There is a mental health epidemic beneath the surface. on the earth, including the country. And COVID terrorists, of course, those who were black marketeers, those who promoted a lot of vaccine hesitancy, and they all were COVID. Now, one research slide, what works across the world, networks. I liked what Lawrence said. You can go and network, there's a launch, but social networks and perception of safety are the two important critical variables which are helping people across the world. Now, a lot of people after the second vaccine, they want to unwind just like that. I mean, immediately they would want to rush out of the cage. They say, I would want to go to Kasoli. Why Kasoli? You can actually go to Karjat. Or if they want to go to the base camp Everest, they can actually go to Kalsubai Park. Well, when these things are happening, what is very important to understand is when you unwind or when your employees unwind, ask them to start slowly with the neighbors, with the friends, little joys, with nature, but not really run out of the cage and really hurt themselves very badly. There's 5 important things of handling stress, which each one of us should understand, is we all have stress. I have stress with the number of patients I have. Some of you would have stress at the salary cuts you've had. Deal with it directly. If I have a salary cut, what should I do? Should I follow the principles of minimalism? Should I actually cut down my expenses? Deal with it directly, because you don't deal with it very, very directly, and teaching your employees to articulate that and help them find answers to that without playing a Nirupa Roy, without playing a Gurudutt is so important. So finding solutions should be an activity by the senior managers with the younger managers, and that as a focus group chat or even a casual conversation or gappa is important. So sometimes you can't deal with it. I mean, it really nags you. Dissolve it. Best thing is exercise dissolves fat, fear, tears, and anger. And black dog is the most important thing which you need to consume. And if I ask you guys, you're going to say it's whiskey. It's not whiskey. Black Dog is a 4-minute film by the World Health Organization, which states that exercise is an antidepressant. Exercise really dissolves stress. If you really still are troubled, deflect. In the sense, share the responsibility of the stress. Don't be Hercules holding the entire earth on his shoulders. And don't be that strong man in the house or the strong woman in the house. Mere kandhe pe pura parivar chalta hai. No. And for this distract, maybe go out and do a lot of things really which distracts. And that is also important to move away from stress. Or break the stress into 10 parts. Like, for example, my son did not get into IIT or an engineering college, break it. What should we do? Well, I don't want to go into the past. I don't want to shout at him that he did not pay attention to his JE, etc., etc. I would say break it into small parts. Let's look ahead. Because Shah Rukh Khan said, हम उनमें से हैं जो पीछे झांक के नहीं देखते. So break the stress into small things. Let it disintegrate and tackle little by little is extremely important. Now, I still remember an HR manager was faced by a boy, young 21-year-old lad in a retail firm with a panic attack. He started breathing excessively. He was panting, and environment around became very panicky. And then they took him to a doctor. The doctor said, nothing's wrong with him. It's not heart. It's not body. It is a panic attack. Panic attack is a truism. It's a realism, which is one of the most important consequences of the pandemic. And the HR man said, you can stay at home for some time. And he stayed at home for some time. He came back treated, completely better. He was good for 1 month and he had another panic attack again in the office. So what happens in a panic attack? The frequency of the episodes go down. The duration and the intensity of the episodes go, but he can still get one. So what happens? If it's a panic attack, don't worry, give him water, give him coffee, calm him down, ask him to come back tomorrow, not stay at home, and have a mental health policy in every organization. Very few people have a mental policy, and the mental health policy needs to be inclusive. So there are sleep issues. Sleep hygiene is a very important educative chat which managers need to have with the young boys and girls. But managers themselves tell me that they have to work longer hours because online takes a much longer time. What you do in 8 hours, people do it in 12 hours. And though there are nice things being said by all managers, there is some amount of brutalism in corporates where the manager above is also very stressed. He's not able to become vulnerable and share. There has to be support group activities for managers themselves. There has to be support group activities at least once a month for senior managers, for HR directors. to help them with their own feelings. And the support group activities can only deal with expression of feelings, expression of vulnerability, and sharing of things which really worked in your organization. That really will help everybody around. So lack of concentration, again, a function of sleep, again, a function of anxiety, again, a function of depression, irritability, grief among those who really have lost their loved ones, and bad memories, because post-traumatic stress disorder would be, I was in the ICCU, I saw people dying. Those images of the bodies taken away from the ward is fresh in my mind. I see somebody on the ventilator. The image is, I come back home and I get those images, which means what? There's an image, it becomes imagery, and along with the feelings, it becomes memory. And when the feelings are very intense, it becomes intrusive memory, which comes to you again and again. So bad memory is also something which is very, very important. And this is something I need to really explain to you. Empathy happens when a few people die. An entire building is empathetic, entire community, entire family. When a lot of people die, there's apathy. And there's antipathy. I still remember. A friend told me that two neighbors have died, and he just cannot feel sad about them. And he said, is it right? I told him, it's not right. It's when you're sad and scared, you can become numb, you can become obtunded. And when you become numb, empathy is blocked. Because you start thinking of yourself in their feet. And when you start thinking of yourself in the fear is intense. And the fear is intense, empathy goes down. Apathy actually supervenes. Antipathy, I still remember this true incident. A young lady was 48 years old, was going to hospital because her brother was in the hospital post-COVID. Beyond 15 days, he was on oxygen. And the doctor had asked him to come to see him because he was post-COVID. And when she wore her attire and she was about to leave, the two kids said, "You should not go, Mummy. We are concerned about your health." She said, "I want to go and see my brother." They said, "Nothing doing. We are concerned about you, because if you get infected, we'll get infected. If something happens to me, what about us?" She had to sit down and talk to them. "If your brother gets ill sometime later, will you go and help your sister?" And the sister said yes. So antipathy is also seen in this entire disaster, and they can actually go this. You know what, my dear friends? Put this as a poster in your offices. You need equanimity, emotional regulation for empathy, but at the same time, you need sadness for the empathy to come up. And when you say this, please tell everybody in your organization, mind is not made of iron or steel, it's made of neurons. There's no strong man or strong woman on this earth. Resilience is an ongoing process, and resilience is unequal. You may be resilient in some areas, you may not be resilient in all areas. So it's important to understand that there's no strong HR who can take care of the entire organization. An HR director who weeps once in a while in front of employees, a normal HR director. The papa figure is also like us. हमें रोने आता है, उसे भी कभी-कभी रोना आता है. Nothing wrong in that. So those who think that there's a strong man and he can handle everything, he or she may not be very resilient in all situations, and he may not be very resilient at all times. It's something you need to understand. So a little about science. Amygdala is the part of the brain which really helped us during the Stone Age. Fight and flight. The lion came, I killed the lion, but the lion was alive and I ran away. And then slowly, after some time, prefrontal cortex of the human beings grew much more than what chimpanzees had. And the prefrontal cortex actually helps you to have decisive, very, very meaningful and very mindful thinking happens in the prefrontal cortex. So what happens in the disaster? Amygdaloid has become more powerful than the prefrontal cortex, and the fear, fright, freeze and flight has really come up very strongly, to an extent that so many of us have been so scared across time. And meditation and exercise helps. Yoga, I'm not saying this. In the ITB study recently, they found that all the MBA graduates did extremely well in their exams. Their mental health improved, their interpersonal relationship improved because of yoga. I'm not saying this, but the US Navy has asked all its SEALs or its Marines on the ships to practice yoga in their warships. I'm not saying this. Cortisol goes down. What happens in stress? There's a rain of cortisol in the brain. The adrenal gland really plays havoc, and then the stress cycle starts. So meditation exercise brings down the cortisol, amygdala calms down, and the memory centers and the centers which takes decisions improve. So as we see this, again, I would say mind and body are in constant conversation. Equal attention to both helps immunity, health, and equality. And if there's somebody who comes to you and says, I don't feel like doing anything, I don't know, it has been there for some time, I really don't know, I was not like this before, tell me what I feel. Believe in him or her. Because depression is basically invisible. Depression, the person who's suffering would only know what is happening in the mind. There is emotional paralysis. The mind becomes as hard as stone, as hard as ice. And when depression is invisible and cunning, we need to believe the person. And the first stop is not yoga and meditation, because first stop is a psychiatrist or a psychologist who can decide whether this is a sprain of the mind or if this is a fracture of the mind. If there's a fracture, you need medication, then counseling. The sprain, you need counseling, help, friends, love, affection, etc. Now with the kids, मैं जो कुछ कहूँगा सच कहूँ. Please be honest. The kids age appropriate. Don't say, nah, nothing is wrong. मैं कहाँ होना, कुछ नहीं होगा यार, आप रहो घर पे, कुछ होने वाला, nothing is going to happen. Be honest with the kids. I still remember these kids who get up at night and cry, and the mother holds him or her tight, and she asks him what's happening, and he or she says, I feel everybody will die. And when I intervene, I find there's a lot of chat of COVID in the house. There's a lot of chat about death in the families and death in different families. And there was a lot of fearsome narratives and conversations at the house. And I told the mother, just hug the child and say, we're all safe, we will be safe. And I told the mother that she's going to ask a lot of questions. Answer as many questions as you think it is. And remember, because in COVID, nobody knows what's going to happen, in spite of the fact that all scientists talk different languages. There are 3 or 4 things which are truthful. One is that we could crack the virus code in 1 week and we could get the vaccine in 1 year. So in a situation like this, when you have a democratic meeting inside a family, kids can come up with beautiful innovations to tackle stress. Remember, the simplest minds are the most profound. Don't ignore them. And how will you share them with the kids? Anxious sharing. अरे तुझे पता है सब जगह कोविड तो बाहर क्यों जाता, बैठ जा इधर घर पे. Factual sharing. अरे सब जगह कोविड है बेटा, कहीं मत जा, ये वायरस है, खतरनाक है. Helpless sharing. अभी क्या होएगा रे, अभी क्या होएगा रे, by my God, अभी तू भी मेरे को तकलीफ देता है. Helpless sharing. Empowered sharing. There is a problem, and we will take care of it. And empowered sharing only will happen when you deal with your feelings appropriately. You don't deal with your feelings appropriately with your friends, with your colleagues, with your HR director, with your CEO, or even with the security guard. I greet my security guard much more stronger than my CEO. The CEO walks straight and says, good morning. Security guard shares something about his own self, his own family in 1 or 2 minutes. Other day, security guard says, sir, hamara beta is serving in the army in an infantry. And then I went on chatting. I said, how do you manage your work as you are at the gate of the hospital? And he said something very interesting. मैंने अपने आप को कहा कि मैं अपना काम अच्छे से करूंगा. जब हम अच्छे से काम करते हैं ना डॉक्टर साहब, हमने सुना इम्यूनिटी बढ़ती है, और अच्छे से काम करने से स्वास्थ्य भी बढ़ता है. Immunity and health both improve. You think is it right? And you'll get some fundamental wisdom from people across the border. Hierarchy makes no difference in the COVID era. Probably somebody intelligent and somebody at the top of the pile may give us a lot of statistics, but wisdom comes from everywhere. Is something which we all need to really think. So these are the 4 things which we started during the early pandemic. Create a routine, but don't make it an army regimented routine where sometimes it so happens that the father says, Hari Shetty had come to our organization. He said, routines, 5 baje udhenge, 5:30 baje exercise karenge, 6 baje khayenge breakfast. I said, no, create a framework. You might have an exercise in the morning. The son may want to have an exercise in the evening, but it's okay. But create a routine. It really helps break stress. Wearing great colors when you're down is very, very interesting. Conversation with your safe space. Safe space would mean where you can be emotionally nude. Where people say, "Arey, meri bhi phatti hai, tumhari bhi phatti hai, hum saath mein kuch na kuch karenge," and celebrate whatever you have. For 1 year, I did not have fish. For a Mangalore Shetty not to have fish is like a nuclear bomb on his head. But nothing happened because the mind trained itself to accept whatever is in the plate and celebrate what you have. Is a philosophy which you need to really say. Well, swasthya is important. Sambandh is more important. Swavalamban is much more important. but samjhota means something very important. Well, a lady said she wants to get vegetables by touching the vegetables during the lockdown. I said, don't do that. Let the vegetable come on the phone. No. Jab tak main haath nahi lagata tab tak mujhe nahi acha lagta. And she brought COVID. And SWAT means taking care of yourself, which is very important. Now the family cannot be happy without the family mother being happy. The spouse, the emotional caregiver in the family is largely the women in the country. I always say that the country actually is run by mothers, mothers, constables, and teachers. So what is very important is, let's tell all the mothers, tell all the women in your organization, do not play the superwoman role. Well, त्याग के घोड़े से उतर जाओ, अपनी जिंदगी की दोनों बाजू एक साथ मत चला. Don't burn your candle on both sides. Tell them to get down of the brick and ask them whether they're a martyr or a manager. I still try this experiment in different groups of women, especially school teachers. And I said that you get up in the morning, sit down on the sofa, and allot activities. The one family came very badly and very strongly against the mother. It is not in our family. The second family agreed and they did a lot of things together. But the mother was not happy because when others entered the kitchen was dirty. Kitchen, in Marathi they say, bahut sara pasara hua tha. And they were very unhappy. And the mother said, I don't want to do it. I want my house spick and span. I understand you will say that I'm a superwoman. I'm supposed, I try to be the best employee. I try to be the best mother. I try to be the best daughter-in-law. I try to be the best brother. I will do it. I mean, you can't push this. But I told her, imperfect home is a healthy abode. Imperfect kitchen is a happy house. Imperfect mother is a happy wife. And an imperfect wife is a happy marriage. When this sinks in that I should not chase perfection, consistency is better than perfection. And it's okay. I do not have to have my house in a display mode. I do not have to have every dish as if it's made by a chef. And that's where joy automatically improves. My dear friends, let me say that I congratulate you for facing this mishaps for a very long time and allowing and following protocols. Congratulations. My best wishes to all those who have been infected and have recovered, and they're slowly recovering today. But my condolences to those who have had deaths in the family. That is something I really feel sad about. And I would say that at that point of time, I still remember this business. My father is a pillar of the family. He still takes care of everybody. Nothing happens to him. And again, I tell them a building does not stand on one pillar. Building with several pillars. So there are many pillars in the house, the big pillar, the strong pillar, the small pillar, the intermediate pillar. And each pillar can really help each other. That's the beauty. And if you consider the grief is a complex activity, and each one of us has actually a role in helping the other, irrespective of age. So maturity might help. But let me tell you, I lost my mother's sister on the 6th day of the disaster, and I went to cremate her. With my nephew, everybody else was positive. So we were both crying like little children, and we were both consoling each other. An 18-year-old consoling somebody who is at least 3 times their age. So no strong pillar. The building does not stand on one pillar. There are many pillars, and that is something you need to understand. Crying together, heal together. And there's a famous saying from the United States of Uttar Bharat, UP. The United States of Uttar Bharat, जो बह गया वो पानी है, जो रह गया वो जहर है. So teach your employees to cry as and when they can, and especially teach all your vice presidents, men, and all the HR directors who are men on the screen. When I just came back, teach them how to cry, and they'll be much better off, not only in the pandemic but all their life, and they'll be much more effective in their work as compared to what they were. And as I say this, I said tears are liberating and never ever stop them. My dear friends, time is not always the best healer. I still remember this beautiful anecdote. When I worked at Latur after the year of the disaster, there was a meeting held by one of the chief secretary's IAS officers. He passed away recently, some years ago. He said, oh, we have built villages again, and the massive rehabilitation package has been transacted. And mental health time will be the best healer. And I told him, I was younger than now, 1994. And I told him, sir, if this fan above your head hits your head, Unfortunately, I wish it should not. And you start bleeding, will you say time is the best healer? No, time is not always the best healer. And remember, my dear friends, what did we inherit before the disaster? 2019, the Ministry of Health and Welfare said 1 out of 7 Indians were mentally ill. 20 crore Indians are mentally ill. At the same time, 2019 NCRB figures, National Crime Research Bureau figures said 1 out of 4, at least 1 out of 4 people who die by suicide are daily wage laborers. 1 out of 3 reasons for ending your life is family problems. And housewives commit suicides much more than single women. We were trained when we were doing MD psychiatry that single women are at risk, but housewives are more at risk. So in this context, you can't have samay se sab kuch hota hai. You need to intervene. You need to identify things early so that people are taken care of them. And what are things we need to look at as an HR director, HR manager, or even a manager? That is, if somebody is irritable in the office, somebody's concentration has gone down and he's not able to do his work as well as he can. Somebody who feels sad and lazy, comes late every day, not because of the train not being there, but he's slow in his body. There is psychomotor slowing, retardation, or there is psychomotor agitation. If somebody is feeling, मेरे वजह से बहुत production कम हुआ, मेरे वजह से यार targets नहीं meet हो रही है, feeling, blaming himself for the work. Somebody feeling hopeless, worthless, talks about death in an indirect way. COVID मुझे उठा ले जाना था, and ये सब होता तो बहुत अच्छा होता है. COVID should have taken me away, and मुझे मरना, मुझे भागने की इच्छा होती है. I feel like running away, and that is one of the most. If these see any of the signs, and if you even suspect there are any signs without clear evidence, mental health checkup is a must. And in all your organizations, when you have a checkup of your employees, add a mental health checkup also. Now, have a mental health policy, inclusive, not to throw the employees away, but to help them recover and come back to your offices. And so time is not always the best healer. Now, when I say this, I always would want to add that the irritable family is a difficult family. And what happens here? I still remember a lot of fear of the COVID virus converted itself into irritability. And each one would not share their fears with each other. And when they did not share their fears with each other, they were all irritable. And in many families, I just asked them to sit down together and put down all the fears they have, all the concerns they have. When they shared those small chits, they found each one of them was scared of the virus, scared of death, and scared of the future. And they started laughing when they did that exercise. A lot of irritability went down. Sometimes irritability is also because one person being depressed is not aware he's depressed, because depression is invisible. Fracture is visible. Depression can be invisible. You may not cry. There's a famous quote here. People who cry may not always be depressed, but people who are depressed may not choose always to cry. So it's important to suspect and get a mental health checkup done. Sometimes a PHQ-9, Patient Health Questionnaire 9, can be used by HR employees with their HR directors or HR managers with their employees to just screen people for depression. And maybe the diagnosis can be confirmed after they're examined by a mental professional. So my dear friends, as I slowly close, what's important? The journey in a globalized world is external. My appraisal, which is important, my increase in salary, designation, my visiting card. The journey during COVID was also internal awareness. खुद को खोने से पहले खुद से मिलना चाहता हूं. That's what Shah Rukh Khan said to Madhuri Dixit in the film Devdas. Madhuri Dixit says, I don't know if it's Madhuri Dixit or Aishwarya. He says, I want to go and meet one of the two girls, I forget. But she says that my dasi ban kya hounga. That's not important. But what he says is, khud ko khone se pehle khud se milna chahta. The journey within. This is a great opportunity for all HR directors to improve their journey within of employees. That does not make them saints, but it makes them effective in their work. It cannot be done by once in a while. A person coming in your organization and saying, apne pitaji ka yaad karo, and they're all crying. I hear this all the time. If they cry little by little, day by day, they'll be much better than crying one day after remembering their father or the mother. This is an equanimity and culture of the organization. A lot of HR directors should look at management
Yeah, Hugo, he had a power failure.
Okay. Okay, fine. So
join back in 2 minutes.
Okay, fine. What I think our delegates would like some quiz questions and a chance to win some vouchers. So till Dr. Harish comes back, here are a few quiz questions. Okay, you know how to answer these questions, so I'm not going to waste time repeating it. So first question, that's question code 01. What is the theme for MMR 2021? What is the theme for MMR 2021? What is the theme for MMR 2021? Okay, so type it. Type in your answer with your name and email ID so that you could definitely win the Kaya voucher should you be one of the lucky winners. Our next question, question code 06. Question code 06. How many panel discussions and master classes does MMR 2021 comprise? Of how many panel discussions and master classes does MMR 2021 comprise? That is question code 6. Next question, question code 014. Which athlete from India won the gold medal at the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games? I'm not talking about the Paralympics this time, I'm talking about the Olympic Games. Which athlete from India won gold medal at the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games, and in which event? And in which event? That's question code 014. And question code 015. What is the full form of NSDC? What is the full form of NSDC? Question code 015. Very quickly, I'll just go through that. Question code 01, what is the theme for MMR 2021? Your second question, question code 606, how many panel discussions and master classes does MMR Online 2021 have? Third question, question code 0114, which athlete from India won gold medal at the 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games and in which event? And the fourth question, question code 015, what is the full form of NSDC? Okay, so send in your answers. And in the meanwhile, I would like to thank our partners and our associates. Our platinum partner, Reliance Retail, our skill advocacy partner, Rashi, that's Retailers Association, Skill Council of India, e-learning partner, Tesseract, academic partner, BIMTech, that's Birla Institute, regulatory compliance partner, Aparajita Comfy, automation partner.
And I'm back, if you can allow me.
Associate partner, Frontline, and it's back to Dr. Harish Shetty. Thank you, sir, for coming back. God bless.
I'm sorry, the electricity went away. So
that's fine.
Ultimately, I'm sorry, Master. So ultimately, awareness of this journey inwards, and what are the metaphorical learnings from the design? Only one. Virus mutates for the worst. Let us mutate for the best. And every organization should have a mental health policy. I've been saying this screaming, but I'm going to file something very soon. And this is something which is a mandate for everybody. As somebody asked me, my Panchamrut, yoga, exercise, diet, sleep, and kindness. And I slowly stopped. Meaning in life is one of the most powerful weapons against uncertainty. You can really come to that in the way you feel, you like. But each one of us is so different. And the kindness factor is something which is the most important. With this, thank you. Thanks for inviting me. Sorry for the small inconvenience. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Harish Shetty. Thank you, sir, and for that wonderful, wonderful presentation. And a small token of our gratitude and appreciation will be in your email inbox shortly. Thank you, sir, and God bless. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have now a masterclass, the impact of new labor codes for the retail industry. I repeat, the impact for new labor codes for the retail industry. And making the presentation is K. Varadan, Chief Consultation Officer, Aparajita Corporate Services Private Limited. And joining him during the presentation is Mr. Rakeshwaran, Product Outreach and Partnership Alliances at Aparajita Software Services Private Limited, who will present Comfy, a global compliance software that addresses your compliance and audit requirements with end-to-end automated solutions. So it's over to Mr. K. Varadhan and Mr. Rakeshwaran for our first masterclass of Manning Modern Retail 2021. Mr. Varadhan, over to you.
Very good evening, each one of you. Thanks to the organizers for having me here. I think the time allotted to me is just 30 minutes. So without much ado, I'll just get into my presentation part. See, we have been hearing about the labor reforms, particularly the labor codes, for quite some time. I think it was floated in 2019, the first code on wages. Subsequently, other codes were also passed, but it is yet to come into force. And I think sometime next accounting year, financial year, it is likely to come through. So what are all the highlights of these four codes, and what could be the possible impact? That would be the main theme for my presentation today. And we all know that the terminology wage will have different definitions under different legislations. But under the codes, this term is defined in a uniform manner. So this will have a common definition once the codes are through. The major change which is brought about by this new definition is out of the monthly gross salary of an employee, at least 50%, I repeat, at least 50% should be treated as wage part. Currently, we all know, for example, if the salary, monthly salary of an individual is 50,000, it is broadly divided into basic and allowances part. And for wages purpose, we consider only basic, and allowances are excluded generally. But of course, from one legislation to another legislation, the position could differ. But broadly, yes, we will consider only basic, which works out to say 10,000. And other allowances, yes, it may amount to 40,000 out of the total 50,000 gross salary. So, for example, for bonus purposes, we will consider only 10,000 as salary. For PF purposes, we will consider only 10,000 as salary. For gratuity purposes, we will consider only 10,000 as salary. Right. But once the codes are through, for this particular structure, at least 25,000, which is the 50% of the monthly gross salary, that should be treated as salary. So I think that is the major change which is brought about. Fortunately or unfortunately, knowingly or unknowingly, for the past more than 2 decades, in fact, while structuring the salary part, the employers keep the allowances higher compared to the basic and DNS allowance put together. So in some companies, the allowances part will work out to say 70%, some companies 80%, in some companies it goes up to 90%, right? So that is the reason, in fact, this cap is now brought about. So the exclusion portion under a particular monthly salary of an individual cannot go beyond 50%, irrespective of the number of components it has. And particularly, the new definition excludes HRA. Currently, the position varies, right? See, and for the purpose of Minimum Wages Act, the house rent allowance is considered to be part of wages. For the purpose of ESI, the house rent allowance is considered to be part of wages. Whereas it is not so with respect to PF. It is not so with respect to bonus. It is not so with respect to gratuity. But under the new code, it is the definition is going to common. It is going to be common. Except for the purposes of payment of wages and equal remuneration. For all the other things, whether it is PF or ESI or bonus or gratuity or maternity benefit, or for determining wages for employees' compensation or minimum wages, it is going to be common. The definition is going to common under all the 4 codes. And yes, it may appear that in the short term, the net take-home pay of the individual can come down. But in the long term, in fact, it will be beneficial to the employees. So I think this definition for wages will make a big impact when the courts are through sometime next financial year. And specific to minimum wages, currently we have a schedule attached to the Minimum Wages Act. So only those industries which are mentioned in the schedule, only for those industries the Minimum Wages Act will be applicable. For other industries it will not be applicable. Currently that is the position. But once the courts are through, it will be applicable to all industries, right? And there will be two concepts. One is floor wage and another one is minimum wage. The floor wage will be fixed by the central government. The floor wage will be fixed by the central government, and the minimum wage will be fixed by the central government as well as various state governments, that is the appropriate governments. So the catch here is the quantum of minimum wages when fixed by the appropriate government, it cannot be less than the floor wage fixed by the central government. So in that fashion, in fact, the floor wage is now given statutory force. And more interestingly, or minimum wage will be fixed for people in the unorganized sector also, right? And specifically, wherever the employers pay mere minimum rates of wages as as a salary, monthly salary, they tend to split it into basic and HRA, which is fine today because HRA is considered to be part of wages under Minimum Wages Act. But once the courts are through, it cannot be done because HRA will not be part of wages. So it is excluded for the purpose of Minimum Wages Act also. And with respect to payment of wages, we all know that those people who are drawing a monthly salary of more than 24,000 per month, they are all excluded. They are all out of the purview of the current Payment of Wages Act. But that ceiling is now removed under the new codes, which means irrespective of the quantum a person draws as monthly salary, he will be considered as employee for the purposes of Payment of Wages Act. And currently we have two options to pay the monthly salary. The industrial establishments which have less than 1,000 employees, they can pay it within 7 days after the end of the calendar month, which is the wage period normally. And in case if the industrial establishment has more than 1,000 employees, then they can go up to 10 days. So they may have to make the payment within 10 days after the end of the wage period. So that option is there currently. But once the courts are through, irrespective of whether the industrial establishment has less than 1,000 employees or 1,000 employees or more than 1,000, they may have to make the payment within 7 days. So there is no option available. And when a person, employee, leaves the company, the wage settlement for that person is to be made within 2 working days. So this will be a challenge for the employers. I think proper process must be put in place. See, today also the position is same, but it is not applicable for resignation cases. But through the courts, even for the people who are getting relieved because of resignation, the wage settlement is to be made within 2 days. And for the purpose of payment of wages, I think all the components, like we discussed about HRA, which is excluded. Similarly, conveyance allowance, that is also excluded. But for the purpose of payment of wages, all these allowances will also be considered as part of wages. Moving on to payment of bonus. Again, we all know that those people who are having a monthly salary of less than 21,000 per month, they are alone eligible for payment of bonus. And for the calculation purposes, the ceiling is fixed to be 7,000 or the minimum rates of wages applicable to that individual employee for calculation purpose. So there is a ceiling for eligibility and there is a ceiling for calculation under Payment of Bonus Act. And this ceiling is fixed by the central government. And this is applicable across the country for all industries across the country. But now under the codes, the powers are given to the appropriate governments for fixing the ceiling, both for eligibility purposes as well as for the calculation purposes. So the possibility here is the ceiling for eligibility and the ceiling for calculation can vary from one government to another government, from one state to another state. That is possible. And the code very specifically says payment is to bonus payment is to be made by giving bank credit. So no other mode is accepted. And in case if a person is convicted for having committed sexual harassment, that person will be disqualified from receiving payment of bonus for that accounting year. Of course, there are other causes like those who are involved in riotous behavior. right? So their bonus can be withheld. Apart from that, this conviction for sexual harassment is also added as a disqualification. And with respect to contract labor, I think engagement of contractors and contract labor, it continues to be the hot subject since the time the Contract Labor Act was enacted in 1970. We all know, again, if there are 20 or more contract workers engaged in an establishment, then the act will be applicable, similar to the establishment or the principal employer. And similarly, if a particular contractor engages 20 or more workers under him, then the act becomes applicable to him. Now, this threshold limit is getting increased from 20 to 50. So only if there are 50 or more contract workers engaged in an establishment, then the act will be applicable to the principal employer, similarly to the contractor also. So I think this will definitely help the industries in the MSME sector. And of course, the number of contract workers engaged can come down. Then the core activity, yes, engagement of contractor for core activity of the establishment, it is prohibited, right? The term core activity is also defined in the code. And there is also a possibility for the contractor to get a common license. In case the contractor serves in multiple states, more than one state, then the contractor can get a common license. Currently, the provision is not there, but once the codes are through, that provision will come. And whenever a contract is entered into to fulfill the obligations arising out of the contract, the contractor will engage his own employees, because in many of the cases, the contractor himself is a legal entity. He himself may be a company. So he may engage his own employees to carry out the obligations arising out of a contract. Or another option is he will hire specifically a set of people specifically to carry out that particular obligation. Or it can be a combination of both the types of workers. That is possible. That is there in practice now. But both the types of workers are currently considered as contract workers. Legal position is something different, but the practice is slightly different. So both the types of workers are considered to be contract workers. But the code very clearly excludes those employees who are those persons who are already the employees of the contractor. They will not be considered as contract workers. So again, the number of contract workers thus can come down once the codes are through. And the contractor's payment, there are two things. One is the principal employer has to make the payment consideration to the contractor on a monthly basis. That is number one. And the contractor in turn has to make the salary payment to his workers. That is the contract workers. Now, there seems to be no link between these two activities. These two are, I think, isolated somehow. But through the codes, it is brought about that the principal employer has to make the monthly consideration to the contractor in the first place. Only out of the consideration, the contractor is supposed to make the salary payment to his workers. I think the very idea of the engagement of contractor is this one, but somehow in practice, it is not so. And minimum bonus, if the contractor fails to pay to his workers, that is the contract workers, the liability will pass on to the principal employer. So the principal employer will be liable to pay minimum bonus to the contract workers if the contractor fails to pay the minimum bonus to his workers. Now I move on to interstate migrant workers. Some points on this. We had some bad experience maybe last year. Once the pandemic started, we did not have, in fact, the proper data with respect to engagement of interstate migrant workers. So I think once these people are engaged, people from other states are engaged to work in a different state where the establishment is situated, the data must be properly available with the employers. And hitherto, in fact, under the Interstate Migrant Workmen Act, only those people who are hired through a contractor from another state, they alone were considered as interstate migrant workers, right? But there is a change once the codes are introduced, that even if the person is hired directly by the employer, not necessarily through the contractor, from another state, those person will also be considered to be interested migrant workers. But provided if they draw a salary of more than 18,000 per month, then they will not be considered as interested migrant workers. So whoever is hired from other state, either directly by the employer or through the contractor, and if their salaries happen to be less than 18,000, they alone will be considered as interested migrant workers. Currently, the threshold limit for applicability of the Act is 5 or more. If there are 5 or more interested migrant workers working in an establishment, then the Act will be applicable to that establishment. But the position is again slightly changing. Instead of 5, the threshold limit is getting increased to 10. So if there are 10 or more interested migrant workers, then the Act will be applicable to the establishment once the codes are through. So this is very specific to factories. So I will not harp much on this because retail industries, most of the retail industries will be considered as either as a shop or as a commercial establishment. So the state-specific Shops and Establishments Act alone will be applicable. But there is no change with respect to state legislations, right? So the governing legislation for the retail industries will continue to be the respective states Shops and Establishments Act. But one point here I would like to highlight is on overtime. So overtime again will be governed by the Shops and Establishments Act. If the retail outlet is situated, say, in Bangalore, then the Karnataka Shops and Commercial Establishments Act will be applicable. If it is situated, say, in Chennai, then Tamil Nadu Shops and Establishments Act will be applicable. So there could be slight difference because this is a state-specific legislation. But as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, the number of hours, working hours per week is increased from 54 hours to 57 hours. This is a recent amendment. So maybe more than 48 hours if a person works in a week, that would be considered as overtime. So suppose if a person has worked, say, for 50 hours in a week, then 2 hours will be considered to be overtime. For that 2 hours, double the rate of wages is to be paid, right? So that is the idea. Similarly, per day, earlier an employee can be engaged up to 10 hours. That 10 hours is now increased to 10.5 hours as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. This is very specific to Tamil Nadu. So almost the provisions will be same, but there could be differences with respect to the provisions of the same legislation under the other states. Take, for example, again, Maharashtra. I think they have come up with a large, huge amendments in the provisions of the Shops and Establishments Act. I think they have made it based on the Model Shops and Establishments Act introduced by the central government sometime in 2016, which allows even engagement of women employees during the night time, whereas the other states, Shops and Establishments Act, do not allow that, right? But under the Maharashtra Shops and Establishments Act, it is possible now. But of course, if they are engaged, say, more than after 10 p.m. in the night, then I think they may have to follow the guidelines which are applicable for under the POSH Act, the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act, like proper guard for them and proper transport for them, and the adequate lighting at the workplace. So such amenities are to be provided for the women employees if they are engaged beyond 10 p.m. in the night. I move on. So OSHWC means it is occupational safety, health, and working conditions. So this is one code. Now appointment order is made mandatory under the codes, right? So currently it is not so, except for 1 or 2 shops and establishments in specific states. They are mandating the issue of appointment order to the employees, but it is not there either under the Factories Act or under the other states Shops and Establishments Act. But under the codes, our issue of appointment order is made mandatory. And leave eligibility, yes, it is also changed, particularly with respect to factories, mines, and all. But as far as retail industries are concerned, I think it is to be provided as per the respective state Shops and Establishments Act only. And common registration and license, it is possible. See, there is a license which will be issued for a factory. There is a license which will be issued to a contractor under the Contract Labor Act. There is a license prescribed under BD and cigar establishments. Now, instead of getting a separate registration or a separate license, common license is now possible under the courts. I think this will bring down the number of transactional compliance activities. And third-party audit is also proposed under the courts. And reduction in threshold limits, yes, for providing welfare officers, for providing safety officers, and for providing a canteen in a factory. The number of employees working in that establishment, that factory, is now reduced actually under the courts. And working conditions like the working hours per day, working hours in a week, overtime hours, and the holidays, weekly offs. I think it is now fixed centrally by under the Factories Act, but now the powers are again given to the appropriate government. So this is considered to be maybe a varying actions. So the powers are given to the appropriate governments to decide on the working hours or the overtime hours according to their maybe situation prevailing in their geographies. That is the idea. Now, specific to PF, we know that there is a ceiling of 15,000. So even if a person is drawing a salary of more than 15,000 per month, the contributions for PF can be restricted to 15,000. That is a choice available for the employers and the employees. But there is a confusion for determining the number of employees. Should the employer consider only those employees who are drawing less than 15,000 alone, or they may have to consider those people who are drawing more than 15,000 also, right? Because the PF Act will be applicable currently for establishments which engage 20 or more employees, right? But there is a confusion now. But under the courts, it is getting clear. It says that irrespective of whether a person is drawing less than 15,000 or more than 15,000, all these persons are to be counted for determining the number of employees. So if there are 20 or more employees working in an establishment, then the PF Act will be applicable, irrespective of the quantum of salary drawn by each of these employees. And it very specifically says the apprentices engaged under the Apprentices Act, they are not considered as employees, they are excluded employees, so they need not be brought under the purview of the PF Act. So the question arises whether the other types of apprentices, like apprentices engaged as per the policies of the company, or apprentices engaged as per the standing orders of the company, whether they would be considered as employees or not. I think that question remains. We may have to wait for a scheme to be framed under the new courts, because PF scheme is not yet framed. Only then I think we will get the clarification. Specific to ESI, again, same like PF. So here, if there are 10 or more employees working in an establishment, then the ESI Act will be applicable. Again, for determining the number of employees, here also there is a ceiling of 21,000 for applicability to an individual employee. So irrespective of whether the person is drawing less than 21,000 or more than 21,000 per month as salary, all these people are to be counted to determine the number, right? For deciding on the applicability of the ESI Act to a particular establishment. And interestingly, currently the voluntary coverage is possible only for PF. Under ESI Act, there is no voluntary coverage provision. But through the courts, that is brought about under ESI also. So even if there are less than 10 employees, if the majority of the employees and the management, if they are agreeing, they can go for voluntary coverage of establishment under ESI. And mines, I think ESI is not applicable currently, but if there are 10 or more employees, then for mines also the ESI Act will be applicable once the codes are introduced. And in case if some accident happens while traveling, maybe commutation between home and office, or while returning from office to home, that will be considered as employment injury. So the default position would be, in case if there is some road accident happening while going to the office or coming back from the office, so that would be treated as employment injury. So they can get the benefits from the ESI corporation. And in case if a company fails to register an employee under ESI, or having registered but fails to pay the ESI contributions in respect of an employee, Currently, I think the ESI benefits will not be extended. But through the courts, I think the ESI corporation can extend the benefits, and whatever the amount incurred, that would be recovered from the establishment concerned. And COSS means it is Code on Social Security. The fixed term employment is now permitted under the Code on Social Security, which means we can engage as employer a person for a specific period. It is not necessary that that person should be carried through till that person attains 58 years or 55 years or 60 years, which would be the retirement age normally. So we can, as employers, engage a person, say, for 3 years, for 5 years, for 2 years. It is possible now. So that is coming under the fixed term employee scheme that is permitted now through the courts. And in case if the fixed term employees are engaged, then they will be eligible for proportionate gratuity, because we all know, again, a person will be entitled for gratuity only if he renders a continuous service of 5 years, right? Only then that person will be eligible for gratuity. But with respect to fixed term employees, even if they are specifically engaged for lesser number of years, less than 5, they will be still eligible for gratuity, but on a proportionate basis. And with respect to maternity, yes, the establishment has to provide a creche if there are 50 or more women employees working in that establishment. And we all know the Employment Exchanges Act. Currently, the act will be applicable if there are 25 or more employees in that establishment. That number is now coming down to 20. So if there are 20 or more employees, then I think for that establishment, the Employment Exchanges Act will be applicable. Now it will be called as employment information. So it will be called as career centers, right? The nomenclature is getting changed. And there is a proposal to extend the social security benefits to unorganized sector also, right? So take, for example, Ola driver or Uber driver or people from working for Zomato. I think they do not have, they are not into formal employment. So they fall under the unorganized category. But once these codes are through, I think these people will also be eligible for social security provided under the Code on Social Security. And now I think it is important for the employers to get the Aadhaar number at the time of recruitment, right? I think this is going to form the basis for any of the workers to avail any of the benefits provided under any of the labor legislations. I think without Aadhaar number, it may not be possible. So it is better we should make it as a part of recruitment process to get the Aadhaar number from the individual employees. And in case of PF and ESI, the inspection, when the inspection is done, and if there is some default, the claim can go back up to 5 years, not beyond 5 years. Then the Industrial Relations Code. So we have standing orders. Currently, the Standing Orders Act will be applicable if there are 100 or more employees working in an establishment. That threshold number of 100 is now getting increased to 300. So I think that should again help the employers. And again, the standing orders part under the IR code, it permits engagement of fixed term employees. And when the draft standing orders are submitted, and if there is no response from the authority concerned for say 60 days, then I think it would be deemed as approved, right? I think so. The deemed approval process is also now brought in through the courts. And again, as we all know that for retrenchment or laying off employees, if there are 100 or more workers working in an industrial establishment, then the employer has to obtain permission. Again, this threshold number of 100 is getting increased to 300, right? I think this has been a long time request of the employers to enhance the number. So I think that is done through the courts. And if more than 50% of the employees working in an establishment, if they go on mass casual leave, I think then that could be treated as strike. So action can be taken against those employees. Similarly, in case of go slow, if it is willful, then I think that would be considered as unfair labor practice on the part of the employees, and action can be taken by the employer. And again, more importantly, compulsory recognition of trade union is now brought in. So if there is a union and in a particular establishment, and the union represents more than 50% of the workers working there, then I think that union should be necessarily recognized. In case if there are multiple unions and none of the unions has the support of more than 50% of the employees, then I think the employer has to initiate the action to form a negotiating council. So maybe for any key decision, I think the management has to discuss with the negotiating council. So there will be definitely a recognized union or a negotiating council available in an establishment. So it could be maybe slightly a challenge for the employers. So only after a consultation with them, they can take some key decisions. I think we have come to an end. I just thought since the time allotted to me was 30 minutes, I can bring some important points as highlights here. Once again, on my own behalf and on behalf of my company, I thank the organizers for the opportunity provided, for the slot given. Thank you, and it is over to you, Rakesh.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Sir, if someone can help me to share screen, please. I don't have the permission to do that. Sir, Vardhan, sir, yes. All right. So, yeah. So all this while we've witnessed how the compliances can affect an individual establishment or branches of companies where you have. Now, I would like to talk about our company before and getting into the product. So Aprajita Group of Companies is a 20-year-old organization in India offering labor compliances as a consultant service. So we started off in Madurai, which is a tier 2 city in Tamil Nadu, and today we are a pan-India organization. So I have close to 20 years of experience. I'm a market leader. I have 1,300 core employees working for Aprajita. I have presence across every state capital. Okay, so with this, this started 20 years back, and as a consultant, it is my core responsibility to ensure that my client compliances are in place. So I partner with clients to ensure the registers, the returns, all activities related to compliances are upheld and upkept. Okay. 3-4 years back, we felt there's a lot of shift happening in the market and we need to be prepared to the digital era of compliances, and that's where Comfy was born. So Comfy is a cloud-based intelligent e-compliances global software. Okay, so what is Comfy? Comfy is a simple browser-based tool. It can think, it can trigger, and it can track. More precisely, it can tell you what to do, how to do, and when to do. So these 3 parameters are put into Comfy so that a person, even with a very, very limited compliance knowledge, will be in a position to handle the entire compliances of an establishment. Okay, so the reason we went ahead with this kind of a product is such a way that the entire information required for an establishment is already put in. So the domains in which Comfy can be configured or it can handle is basically your fiscal, corporate, and commercial, which is predominantly called as the finance law. Then we have the environmental, health, and safety, which is the EHS, which talks about your fire, your PCB, all other one-time licenses which is required for your establishment to sustain and run. Then we have the core important called the labor, employment, and the industrial. So this domain will talk about your payment of wages, payment of gratuity, bonus, maternity benefit, all the important laws which is drilled down, which is state specific. Apart from that, we have industry specific standard policies and Comfy vendor, which are additional domains where it can be configured for an establishment. Okay, so what do you for any establishment here in India, for any retail store in India, these are the top 5 compliance challenges. See, you either have multiple branches across the country and the compliances keeps differing from one state to the other. So your establishment here in Chennai might not have the same establishment or will not have the same amount of compliances in Bangalore and Delhi. So this keeps varying. Second, since being location specific compliances, you need to adhere to that specific state or that specific municipality, and that becomes a constraint for you. Third important is the collation of records. See, what happens that you tend to provide information to your local team managers or your store managers, and they would in turn use a local resource to get the compliances done. Yeah, so they would get the compliances done. So it is impossible for a centrally located organization or a corporate company to collate every information or every records of statutory. So that takes time. And most importantly, there is no tracker inbuilt so that you're not aware. For example, a shop or a commercial establishment would have opened in September 2021. There would have been another shop opened in July 2021. So it is very hard for you to keep track on which license to be renewed on what date. Okay. And most importantly, there's no visibility. You're not seeing any dashboard which gives you branch A, branch B, this is the compliance score, this is the compliance score. That's where Comfy comes in. So Comfy will tell you how it needs to be done and when it needs to be done. So the result of non-compliances will lead to fines and legal risk where there's an inspection happening. The directors are subjugation for prosecution. There's an accountability issue because nobody takes the ownership. So because you will not find HR persons in every shop. So what happens is that even if an authority walks in with a notice or an inspection clause, the HR person is not there. So the store manager would not be, is not trained to handle such kind of a query. So it all gets reflected or it gets sent to the corporate office, which again hit the board of directors. And this kind of information leaked in the market will have a reputational loss also, because what if some news comes in that this agency or this organization is been saying that they are not adhering to labor laws. So that has reputational cost, which cannot be justified. Okay, so what is Comfy and how we can support you on this? Comfy is a software which can think, trigger, and track, or more precisely, it will tell you what to do, how to do, and when to do. So what ideally happens is that Comfy will analyze the entire compliances required for that particular establishment. We will configure all the tasks for you. It will give you email reminders and software reminders for your team to perform. And then once the team completes it, it goes to the dashboard and says, this is completed. So Comfy runs on a maker checker concept. So there are two people involved. There needs to be a person who needs to work on the data and needs to be a person who needs to approve the data. In case if there a due date for, let's take example, PF payment is done centrally. So that will not become a huge issue for you. But for SND registration or for SND license, trade license renewal, these are state specific laws which you need to adhere on time. So if the trade license is to be done on 15th or let's say 30th of November, the software can give you a 30 or a 45-day window notice in advance so that you are well prepared. You get the application form filled up. The software will keep providing with all information like the application form, whom to contact, when to contact, every information is there. You just have to follow what the software says, get it done and get it stored in the system. So this is what a Comfy is, and every Comfy, the software is built in such a way that every establishment will have a dynamic dashboard which clearly says how what is your compliance score, how many is not complied, how many is delayed complied, and how many are complied. Okay, so the first feature which I would like to talk about the software is the compliance assurance. Since with 20 years of experience here in India today, we are 100% sure what all compliances would be is available, is applicable, and would be mapped to your organization. So compliance assurance is something which we know, and we have knowledge mapping. So every branch will be mapped with compliances. It is not that we give you the entire bulk and say you pick and choose. We don't do that. We sit with you, we understand which branch it is, what kind of activity is happening, how many employees are there. So based on that location and the employee headcount, we will configure the entire compliances required for that particular branch. And once it happens, we will not shut doors. So if there's any change in the process, if there's any change in the law or rules gets amended, every now and then the software keep getting updated so that the task in which it gets configured for you is also updated. So every now and then there's a system update which happens so that your compliance task is always latest. I'll just give an example. Let's say there's a form 21 which needs to be submitted. Okay. Now there's been a recent amendment and form 21 is converted or amended to form 21A. So the next time when you hit refresh or when you reopen the software, form 21A will be available in the software for you to download and work on. So this information will be given to you through email and through in software notification that this amendment has happened and this is what it's going to be. And the final important point is the e-repository. So as I was saying, when you have 50, 100, 200 branches across the country and every branch has to have their own compliances done, it is impossible for you to track what's happening. Parallelly, it's very impossible for you to collate information. So Comfy can be your one-stop tool where every information, every register, every license is taken by that particular branch can be uploaded in the software and it stores there. So you just have to log in Comfy, that one single tool, and that tool will give you information about all branches, all information, all licenses pertaining to that particular branch. Okay, so I'll just leave 10-15 seconds of your time to have a look at the some of our key highlights. Yeah. So before I wind up, I would just like to take another 1 minute to quickly talk about the features. The software is auto-triggered tracking and escalation of compliance gap. There is no manual intervention which keeps giving you update. Everything is done in the software. So there's an auto-trigger happening. We have the complete knowledge. Again, we have 20 years of experience here in India. So we pretty much know what all compliance needs to be done. We have a complete repository. There's a special feature of tracking your overdue compliances. So any task which is overdue, there's a specific tab available for you to track and complete it. This is very important when you're looking in for a merger or acquisition. When a global company wants to invest in an Indian organization, it's very imperative that you keep your compliances in place. Mr. Vardhan sir would also try to add a point or appreciate, because we've seen a lot of companies who are professionally or financially sound and good and they make profit, but unfortunately their compliances are not in place. So even now when we do an audit of the firm and we find out they have a huge penalty or a consequential risk, the entire merger acquisition can go for a toss. So it is always imperative that you keep your compliances or adhere to the law of the land from day one. Fourth important point, we give you notification alert with inbuilt probing mechanism. So there can be a scenario where today you might be applicable for 5 different tasks. I'm just taking a wild example here. But tomorrow, with increase of size, of increase of employees, your compliances or your acts can increase. So how will Comfy know? So there's a probing mechanism which happens. We will keep on asking you every 30 days whether the information what you've given is still correct. If there's a change of information, if there's a change of employees, if there's a change of activity, do let us know so that we will update the software and give it to you, or will update the tasks and give it to you, so that you are always 100% compliant on that day. And this has a very special meeting where we will say we can flag non-compliance risk. So what happens when you don't adhere to a task? Okay, let's say 15th is a cutoff date. The first reminder goes on first. All right. So the software will take some time for you to work on it. But if you're not working on it, parallelly, the second reminder will go on 10th. There'll be a third reminder sent on 13th. So that we will always push you. See, this is a tool. This is a software. We cannot arm twist you and say, do the compliance. We can only provide you with all the amino acids required for you to be compliant on your own. Second, we have available reports for internal and external audit. As I was talking about the merger and acquisition case, in case you want to present Comfy or you want to present your overall compliances to your management, to your investor, you can always use Comfy because it has a very clear dashboard. It tells you branch-wise what is the compliance score, branch-wise what are your non-compliances, and where are the areas where you need to focus on. And there's an escalation matrix. If A isn't doing, B needs to do. If B isn't doing, C needs to do. So every user is given a scorecard where he can find out how many tasks he's been assigned with, how many has he completed, and if not completed, what is the time gap. So this can also be used as a performance management for an executive. And we have this feature, whatever feature which I was talking about, which is available as a web-based, is also on a mobile platform for both Android and iOS. Anytime you can always download the app, see the entire data and get it done. And we have dedicated data server to access the historical organization data. So we are partnered with Amazon Web Service, AWS, for global repository. So whatever information or the data you provide or you upload into Comfy is stored there. Okay, so with this, I'm concluding the entire demo of the product. And as a very special mention, if there are clients or if there are any inquiries, if it turns out to be business and any member of RAI, we have a very special discounted price for them. So do please reach out to us. And if you have some time, do visit our stall for more information. Thank you. My name is Rakesh from Aparajita Corporate Services.
Thank you very much, Rakesh. Thank you very much, Mr. Vardhan. Thank you. That was an absolutely essential masterclass. And I thank not only Ms. Vardhan, Mr. Rakeshwaran, but I thank the RAI HR committee for organizing this masterclass on such a critical aspect. Okay, thank you so much once again. We've got the results of the quiz and we've got the list of winners. But before that, I would like to urge you to visit our partner stalls. They are open 24 hours on today and tomorrow. And you have seen just what Comfy can offer you. And I'm sure all our partners have equally insightful products to offer to for you to build upon your retail trust. Thank you to our platinum partner, Reliance Retail, skill advocacy partner, Rashi, that's Retail Association Skill Council of India, e-learning partner, Tesseract, Academic Partner, BIMTech Birla Institute, Regulatory Compliance Partner, Aparajita Comfy, Automation Partner, RST Solutions, Associate Partner, Frontline, Exhibiting Partners, Great HR, Office Kit and Talbrum and Winzard, Gifting Partner, Kaya Clinic, Mumbai Duty Free and Coco Cart, Business Networking Partner, RAI Global Linker, Charity Partner, Train, and Magazine Partner, Storai. Please do visit all their stalls. And of course, when you visit RST Solutions, you could be the winner of, lucky winner of JBL headset. Coming up right now, the winners of our first set of 8 quiz questions that we asked in the early part of the day. Okay, for code number 04, the winner is Sanjeev Kumar Thakur of Superlight Jointings. 04, Sanjeev Kumar Thakur, Superlight Jointings. 08, Swati Subramanian, Reliance Retail. 010, Nandini B, Ambedkar University, Delhi. 016, Tanvi Patil of Reliance Retail. 013, Anurag Sharma of the Landmark Group. 020, Deepika Makhija of Being Human. 018, Dipali Shinde of Reliance Retail. And 019, Shweta Hegde of Prakash Retail. Okay, I'll just quickly go through just the names. Sanjeev Kumar Thakur, Swati Subramaniam, Nandini B, Tanvi Patil, Anurag Sharma, Deepika Makhija, Dipali Shinde, and Shweta Hegde. You will have your Kaya gift vouchers in your inbox very shortly. We'll give you the answers and winners to our second installment of the quiz, that is for code numbers 010614 and 15 tomorrow. Both the answers and the winners. Reminding you, we begin at 2 p.m. tomorrow. We also have the highlight of the day is the Retail HR Awards. We've got more quiz questions and more opportunities for you to win gift vouchers. And of course, remind you once again, do visit our partner stalls. It's open 24 hours. And of course, interact with them. And yes, our visitors, our networking lounge is also open to facilitate networking among delegates. Thank you so much. Good evening. God bless. And we'll see you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Thank you.